This coffee fucking sucks. Hello, and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream, guys. Hello, One Ho. Say that you were very early. You too, Lulu, of course. Hello, Vineet. Hello, Kens. Hello, Ashok. There's a Discord update, huh? Spoiler tags. Surround any text with these guardrails. So the double bars to hide any pertinent information. I'm gonna try that in a sec. Mobile indicators indicate the smallness of the world on the go like a giant orbiting star. Right. Gift picker. I thought gift picker was already available, was it? Huh. What's playing is now live for Android users. Right. Okay, well, let's try this. Let's try this new thing. Hey, pigs, go move. You're and then we put the two bars. Filthy Vietnamese double bar. Hey. I'm an adult. Yeah, where are we? Usual boring day for you? Wah wah. Yeah, update from me. Hi, Daniel. Relate to the stream? Yes. No stretching normal. I'm on my Smurf, so you know. Hi, Gabriel. Hello, Micho. Hi, Adam. Hero demand for donation. Hello, Adan. What is my MMR? It's 2.9k on this account. Thanks, Abhishek. I'm gonna random this first game, and then we'll do some hero pulls later. Yeah, I just want to take it easy today, guys.
Your turn to ban.
Oh, but I kind of want to play Mars. But he wants to play Mars. But Mars is nominated for banning. Maybe he won't play Mars. Maybe he's just gonna play offlane. Alright, I random. Oh! I am doing great, man. How are you? Oh, Lulu, you like this shit, right? Oh, look at this question. Yes, hoodie. Don't you see the hoodie that I have on?
Your turn to pick.
I don't mind safe lane or off lane either. XD. Yeah, you know, Tundra, I find those questions kind of funny. It's kind of like, hey, Tundra, you didn't wear your red shirt today? No, I didn't.
Your turn to pick.
You see how the question just kind of leads nowhere? Am I gonna try Rapier Agnum Sniper? Are you trying to get me reported of that? Yeah, I go wherever, man. Jesus, shut up.
Your turn to pick.
Look at this guy, man. Can you go to mid? Green, come on mid. I'm gonna carry. Green! Calm down. Calm down.
Your turn to pick.
Can I get a tango and... Can I get a ward and 2 tangos, please? Thanks. Is it better to play on rank roles or normal rank? Hey Blue, aren't you the person who said you were also an immortal player? And I don't have an opinion on that, for the record. Hello, Raphael. Hi, Yojan. What is the difference on headshot skill? I don't know. Glad you like the sniper pick, Ren. Oh, hello, Lerman. How goes the food in Osaka? Where's my fucking ward and tangos? Supports.
Take your best shot. I will.
Ward. Tangos.
Eat lead.
Prepare for
Come on, Rubik. Do your fucking job. Oh my god, this bracket.
So, more than likely, I'm probably not going to be able to stay in lane against this Ursa. I'm probably just going to... He's probably going to free farm. I'm just going to go farm our off-lane jungle.
Hey, Ty.
Once I get 3 or 4.
If you rush boots and you get a point in Gush, you might be able to do okay. If you know how to do creep aggro pulling. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's just the lion. If they try lane against me, that's what I'm figuring they're going to be doing.
I think if they try landing against you, that's really good.
Yeah, I'm just going to try to avoid feeding the Ursa any kills.
That's fantastic.
Just keep pinging him.
That's enough.
Yeah, Yeah.
Never mind. Actually, you have 2 mangoes. You're good.
The battle begins.
Time for target into the breach. My spotter direct.
The fuck is going on? What? Why is my sniper going back?
Yes.
I don't think so.
Easy shot. Knife hunt. Quick draw.
He's really good at 9. Maybe I just hit like a little bitch. Or both.
Run and gun.
Fuck you!
My claws are red with the gore of first blood.
Oh my god, I don't have a single lesson.
Take this.
There we go, I got my first lesson.
As you say. Full bore. Sniping. My spotter guides me. No, no, no. Spotted.
You're gonna miss your last hits, bud.
My spotter direct.
Sucker. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you.
Line of sight. Accuracy. East left.
I'm gonna use this career. I'm gonna get these Wraith Band.
Yeah. Snipe hunt. Uh-huh.
Dude, Shrapnel's really big now, or is it just me? I think Shrapnel really big. That's so big.
Higher caliber.
He's almost got phase. They're pulling.
Yes. On target. Mhm. Into the breach. Spotted.
I'm gonna miss this. Yep.
Yes.
I really like the sniper Shrapnel change.
Spotter guides me.
What is Rubik doing here? What the fuck?
Gunpowder justice. Double damage.
Oh, Rubik. You just took double damage like that, man? That's game winning, or lane winning for me.
A no trajectory.
Oh shit, it's the block.
I've got shrapnel.
Actually, what's the cooldown on Shrapnel? I'm really curious.
Missile turret.
You wanna deny that, bro? I know what you're trying to do.
Caliber.
Operation.
Center of mass.
What was it's cooldown? 40 seconds? So you almost get 1 per wave, huh? Runes? Runes?
Full bore.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a lot better than 50 seconds, right? See 50, what the fuck? 50? It's almost one every 3 waves. I mean 2 waves.
Go at it.
Who's laughing now? Ho ho! Haha!
Shoot him up.
3 Wraith Bands, motherfucker. He's probably saving for a bottle or some shit.
Of course.
I steal from the slow.
You're dead, bud. You're still dead. Nice job, man.
Honestly, like, so long as our life stealer is free farming, I'm okay.
Thank you.
They're having to use so much to try to shut me down here. Now that if we can get a third, it'll be big. Just slow him with your Q.
Oh,
He's almost sick, so we gotta be careful of that.
oh fuck, I alt tabbed. Okay. Oh, what the? My hotkeys, dude. What's wrong with my hotkeys? What the fuck? Stupid account. Holy shit! I'm dead, dude. What the fuck? Oh my god, an invisible line out of nowhere. Morning, Raj. I sound sick? No, I'm pretty sure I sound
Your
normally
middle
like this.
tower is under attack.
I told him to get Gush. He doesn't listen to me. Ah, this guy. Hey. Hi, you gotta get Gush, man. You just gotta just say. Told him to get Gush. He doesn't listen. Now he's dead.
Full bore.
I'm gonna kill this guy again. What the fuck is this ranger here? Metal, 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 metal! Yeah, that Wound Ranger's gonna survive. Oh. Should've sniped the other guy. Oh, fuck! Oh man, I didn't calculate that properly. Oh, there's a silencer. Curse him. Thanks. Holy fuck! That was a 4-man gang.
Done much worse.
Space indeed.
Structures are
Man,
fortified.
these guys really hate me. Huh? What kind of ward is this? What the?
Back at the shooting gallery. Yes.
Wow!
What you but explore. As you say.
She dead, I think. Yep.
I thought I had that for sure. Got it. Yes. Yes.
I know you want me.
Sure is shooting.
Bounties are about to be up.
My spotter guides me. Uh-huh. Trick shot.
Not gonna happen.
Let's have a go at it.
Go for my master.
Into the breach. Kill shot.
Kill me, 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 kill me.
That should help.
Yes. Line of sight.
He stunned me right as I was about to ravage.
Yes.
Oh, line's hasted. Kill.
As you say.
Oh man, I'm missing too much farm fish. Or am I?
Of course.
Ugh, there's so much farm mid though.
Snipe hunt.
Hey, Wind Ranger.
Oh, I thought Sniper's coming to gank. Okay.
I was, but then I wasn't sure because there's a lot of farm middle. And you guys evened out anyways.
Run and gun. That's your mistake. Of course. Trajectory. I spotted direct.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Sure is shooting. Spot on. Get out.
Oh my god, can I stop channeling this stupid shit?
Oh, that's fingered. Down.
What the fuck, man? Why can't I? What's wrong with my hotkeys? I started channeling Assassinate, and usually you can cancel that, right? The fuck? And then I first TP, man. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why I just start TPing like that. Honestly.
Yes. Yeah.
2 Wraith Bands. Why would you go Wraith Bands on nice dude?
Yes. Spotted.
I'm still kicking this Ranger's ass, Wind Ranger's ass.
Shrapnel. Going ballistic. My spotter guides me.
He boarded right there.
Yeah. Sniping. Gunpowder justice.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Can we get rotations bottom?
Yeah, let me take mid tower.
Hang on. They're backing off.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yes. Take this.
Did you just hear a smoke, or did I imagine that?
Sure is shooting.
I heard a smoke. Dum 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 dum. Coming top as well. Here it goes, These are really bad shrapnels. Not gonna lie. I'll debate for Roshan, huh?
Of course.
pew 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 pew. Soul ring.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm gonna go Greaves.
There's a lot of magic regen you have there, sir. We need to get out of here. Alright. Jesus Christ, man. I can't believe they just run through that shrapnel like that.
Gotta kill its ports.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Your essence seeps into my collection.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, let's not focus on Earth so we can kite him. Just kill the Grim and the Lion. They're the real issues right now.
You die. Full bore. My spotter guides me. Shrapnel. I'm a fight.
3 missing. I think Ursa doesn't quite have Blink Dagger yet. Not real soon though. Oh, there he is. In fact, he's not even going Blink Dagger. Oh, good. Someone was scared of fucking Ursa blink on me. Kill him. Stack. Or not. This guy can run really fast.
Get my thing off, right?
Your top tower
Oh
is
shit,
under
that should be
attack.
top, huh? Holy fuck, there's so many people top. Holy fuck. Let's
There's
there's
actually
actually kind of
vision,
close.
but watch up there.
Is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
Trick shot.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Hey Ty, they're gonna TP down here. We need to get out. In fact, I'm going top front.
Yeah. Going ballistic. Trajectory.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Sure is shooting. Got it. Of course. My father guides me.
Bounty runes are about to spawn.
Yes. Of course.
He's almost got a basher.
No Zaga, no Zaga.
Full bore.
They're like all middle right now.
Your middle tower is under attack.
This will come in.
Dire's structures are fortified.
They don't even give a shit about Ursa, dude.
Your middle
Gonna grab the
tower is
haster and
under
go mid.
Peace.
Ooh, so scary. Almost died there, man.
Gunpowder justice.
I'm so fucking happy I bought this 4 stuff.
I spotted
Hey guys, don't push middle without Ravage, because Ursa is up.
into the
Get back, get back, get back, get back, get back, get back, get back.
of mass.
Careful, life.
Shotgun's fucking big now, huh? It's so big.
Let me at least on the Splink Dagger, and by the time I Ravage back up, I'll have it.
Ravage is so big now. I mean, Shrapnel.
Shoot him up. Run and gun.
He's gonna be okay, right?
Snipe
What is this build order? He, like, man, his item build is so weird.
Purple. Item.
You die.
They have vision up here.
Your top tower is under attack.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Your top tower is under
Yo,
attack.
man, I don't want to fight that. I was TPing to this time, but I canceled it.
Yeah.
It was a slow TP too, as well, just for the record. Oh my god, I missed so many last hits just
Your
now.
middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Your top tower is under
Never starts
attack.
TP.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So where did Grimstroke TP
Enemy's
if he's
bottom
not down
tower
there?
has fallen.
I was very
Your
curious.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Interesting.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Snipe hunt. Take this.
Whew. Scary. Scary when you first random sniper.
You die.
Can we like de-ward?
Powder in my shot. As you
Because these guys just knew right where we were in here.
Well,
going ballistic.
super common ward area. Just saying.
Eat lead.
Oh my god, I actually missed so many last hits.
Spotted.
Way too many. We have Ravage? Hey, we have. I think we can defend bottom, but we have to do it together, not one by one.
Let's have a go at it.
And Tide has to be there. For sure.
Trick shot.
Enemy's top
Coming.
is fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Good job.
Yeah, Life Stealer really needs a Lincoln.
Lincolns? No, he doesn't, man. Nah, I would say Lifestealer is one of the better ones to get doomed. I'm telling you, it's not the item build.
Of course. Shoot him up. Yes. Of course.
They're in
Row.
Roche. And it's, well, I mean, it's the only place they could be,
Take this.
since they're not pushing lanes.
Come on, Lifestealer, let's go.
Roshan has fallen to the ring.
Careful, careful. They have cheese as well, so this is kind of risky.
Doom is cheese. I'm just gonna go top.
Yeah, I guess we should have gone there earlier.
Spot on.
Oh shit! Oh, I almost blocked that.
Just back up. We don't have any tier 2s.
Lead. On target. Time.
Shit. Oh fuck, I might be so dead here. Oh god, that was my fault, my fault, my fault. My fault, my fault, my fault. Gosh him. Oh. Diving for that doom is game losing.
That was death. Interesting.
Shit. It's not good. 179 gold for buyback. Let me cliff, guys. Let me cliff, let me cliff.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
But you could just go and try to cut their waves.
Nah, we're all about to be up. It's gonna be okay.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Going ballistic.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hey, we can take tier 2.
Like a shot. Line of sight.
Come on, Rubik.
I'm gonna push bottom. I don't take towers very well without Meteor Hammer.
That's enough. They have glyph.
The enemy's middle tower
30 minute
has
runes are
fallen.
almost up. I'd rather get the. I think I'd rather get the runes.
Alright.
God, this is so fucking scary. Please, I'm lagging. I'm lagging. No, 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 no. Are we still here together, guys? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. And that's. The area that I walked through was warded too. I'm okay. Good. Oh, fucking scary, man. What the fuck?
Ursa's on me.
Okay.
Never mind, he backed off.
Run and gun.
Yeah, because I walked right through here, right?
Looks
This
like
is
they're getting ready to
super
push
common
bottom. If we
warded
want to
area.
smoke, we could try to surprise him.
Come on, come on.
Of course.
It's pretty hard to hear you, Lifestealer, honestly.
Yeah, you actually kind of like sound like your hero.
Wait.
There's everybody over here now.
Okay, I'm TPing back to mid.
I would just say go, just push, try to force him back.
Hi, come.
I think Lifestealer should save that.
Let's have a go at it.
The buyback, right? Yeah, I do. Oh, no. What the fuck? How do I get fingered from that range, dude? Fuck.
Has fallen.
Like, I ran away from that line, man. Oh my god. The fuck? That, oh my god, that finger range is ridiculous, dude.
How about you hit the doom?
That's ridiculous.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Stop running in!
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Same fucking result.
Oh my god.
Literally every single attack.
That was really bad.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
You guys just gotta wait. We might just be able
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks
Oh my
has
god.
fallen.
I don't understand why you use.
Like if Lifestealer would have a Lincolns, he wouldn't worry about getting doomed. He could actually do something.
Oh my god, man.
He
She
needs
still
AC
doesn't even have
because
that many
it did
items.
So much damage to him.
Yo, stop like criticizing other people and criticize your fucking self, dude.
Under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen.
You always criticize yourself before other
Your
people.
bottom barracks has fallen.
I'm not saying I'm playing perfect.
I'm not saying.
Can you just wait like an hour, man?
Dire's structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower
1k MMR personality too. Muck yai. Anyways, we still have one set of Rex. Monkey King Bar.
Your top barracks are under attack. Your top shrine is under attack.
Trick shot.
Your top shrine is under attack.
You know what I really like, guys?
Your
When you
top
make a mistake
shrine
and
has
people
fallen.
start being really toxic. You guys love that shit, right?
Shooting.
I love it when I make a mistake in my game and people start acting really toxic. I love that shit.
Easy shot.
Unban that guy, Lulu. The Vietnamese guy. Anyways, if you guys act toxic twice, you're gonna get banned. Okay?
Trajectory.
Ravage, dude. fuck's that Ursa, dude? Okay. All right.
Your top barracks are
Oh,
under
this
attack.
fucking cunt.
Your top barracks has
We need
fallen.
sentries there, if possible.
Shoot him up. Shoot him up.
Guys, Lincoln is it's not a great item in this game. They have mana drain. And a lot of people think that Lincolns will save you from Doom. I mean, Doom might make a mistake once, like, oh shit, he's got Lincolns, and then he wastes his Doom, right? But let me ask you this. If you're a Doom and you see that a guy has Lincolns, what are you gonna do? And let me tell you the answer to this question. Any fucking dumbass knows the answer to this question, okay?
Radiant structures are fortified.
They fortified for me not getting creeps. It's actually sad.
If you were still alive,
No. My spotter guides me.
God damn it. I'm buying my Monkey King bar real quick. Daedalus is not the item here. I already have enough damage. I have tons of damage. Holy shit.
Fade from memory.
There's a gem right there, you know?
No dust.
There's a gem right
Great.
there.
Roshan
Back, back, back. Back. Back.
Oh, shit. That's kind of worth it. He killed Wind Ranger, though.
Line of sight.
I don't have buyback for a while either way, right? So I just sell this Wraith Band for the lifesteal.
Victory.
Double Doom.
Hey, Rinda Fajar, you ever get angry playing Dota?
They've got lots of BKB. Oops, they're gonna be able to take this really easy.
Can someone ask him if he's ever get angry playing Dota?
top barracks are under attack.
On target.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm here. We can kill this
Under
person.
attack.
Can we not let him escape? Tide?
Of course.
Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah.
He wants to blink.
Oh, you got it all.
Yes.
He would be able to blink with the cast time.
Spotted.
We need like Rod of
Your middle
Atos and
tower is
Lockdown.
under attack.
Attack.
We need some good vision now.
Sure is shooting.
Hi, Chris. Oh man, that's so scary. Dude.
Spot on.
I don't have vision. They're not gonna Roshoon, dude. They just did it.
Yes. Shrapnel. Yes. Yes.
There's a sentry there too, right? Yeah, there is.
A new trajectory.
God damn it.
My spotter.
Can we get some sentries here so they can't just glimmer?
Actually, I don't want to be here. Or do I? No, I'm kind of stuck here. Like,
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh my god. Okay, we lost. Or did we?
Your middle tower
I've never been 3K. Yo, dude, don't get hit by shit silencer. What the fuck? Oh my god, this guy's so ballsy. Look at him.
middle tower is under attack.
Yo, the Wind Ranger's coming.
Your middle tower
Oh my
your
god.
middle tower has fallen.
Holy shit.
Is broken.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Alright. Anyone who acts toxic starting right now, I'm gonna ban you instantly. Understood? Make one toxic comment, I'm gonna ban you. Hope everyone understands here, okay? One toxic comment, you're banned. I mean, it's your choice whether you want to talk or not, okay?
Your top barracks
Also,
are
I'd
under
appreciate if you stop trying to give me advice on how to play this game. There's a gem right there, by the way. If you kill her, she can't buy back. Lifestealer's gonna disable her radiance. His blink, I mean. Get inside.
Stop running at her. Let her run at you.
Radiant's courier
the
has
fuck?
been killed.
There's Ursa, anyways.
Ursa's coming.
Yo, kill this Ursa, please.
Your ancient is under attack.
Oh god. Okay, maybe not.
Tide comes.
Oh, 1,000 viewers.
Your
Welcome,
ancient
everyone.
is under attack. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. Now has mega
Oh my god. Did he not have that earlier?
Your ancient is under attack.
Oh my god, this Ursa's got 50 HP.
Your ancient is under attack.
Holy shit.
Yo, you guys gotta stop chasing before our ancient just died.
Oh yeah, our ancient's going down, cuz.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Well, we still have a small chance. A very, very, very small chance.
Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine has fallen.
My trigger fingers itching for vengeance.
What's my 25? Plus 6 trap mount ranges?
You die. Easy job. Quick draw. Center of mass. Trick shot. Line of sight. Uh-huh.
I have 9 shrapnel charges.
We need war.
As you say.
Oh, the bitch is here. man. Ugh. Oh, Lerman, why haven't I made you a moderator yet? GG, guys. We tried.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No! No!
Holy fuck, we threw the game right here really hard, huh? Alright, time to take out some garbage out of the stream. You get a ban. You get a ban. GG, guys. You make a toxic comment, I'm gonna ban you instantly. Millions, thanks for subscribing. Also, BKB in this game is a terrible suggestion. Hi, Boney. Hi, Kodor. GG, guys. Anyways, in this game, my biggest problem is the Ursa. You know what BKB does against Ursa? That's what it does against Ursa. My second biggest problem is Wind Ranger just running at me with Focus Fire. And you know what BKB does against Focus Fire? My third biggest problem is Doom just using dooming me, And you know what BKB does against Doom? So tell me, who's that guy? What was he? I think we banned him anyway, so he can't really say anything. Yeah, he can't say anything. Oh god, guys, there's too many comments. I just don't even feel like reading comments. But let me guys, let me show you guys something. Actually, you know what? Forget about it. Okay, I'm gonna read some comments. If I missed your comment, just type it in, please. What's my thought about magical sniper build? I think I saw a YouTube video on it recently, but I think it's so situational. But everyone, I think a lot of people saw that video and they're trying it and they think that it's good. But I gotta tell you, man, that build is so situational that I highly doubt it works in many situations. Yeah, I was about to buy Satanic. I'm good, man. Thanks. And by the way, I have my own promo code. What's the use of the E-talent? The E-talent? I don't understand what E-talent means. And guys, like, honestly, hold on a sec. I'm gonna random again, I think. Yeah, I'm just gonna random. Just like last game.
Your turn to ban.
Yeah, so
5 seconds remaining.
a lot of you guys, like, you guys have opinions, right, about item builds, and I gotta tell you, it's... Hold on a sec. I'm gonna random.
Your turn to
Okay,
pick.
oh fuck,
Your
Witch Doctor?
turn to
God
pick.
damn it. So item critiques are the lowest form of critique in this game. I say this fucking every day. So you guys are like, oh, why not buy Lincolns? Well, I can tell you like so many reasons why not to buy Lincolns. I mean, you buy Lincolns to not get doomed, right? Well, any smart Doom will just wait for your Lincoln to be popped. He'll make the mistake once, but he's not gonna make the mistake twice, right? Like, Lincoln's is not that great against Doom, honestly. Lion has Mana Drain. It's just not a good item. BKB, I explained earlier, just terrible fucking item in this game. Shadowblade, like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you don't... Shadowblade is a terrible escape item. You think they're just not gonna have Gem, Dust, Sentries at minute 45? Like, oh my god, you guys are like, it just blows my mind, some of your item suggestions. Like, anyways, you buy items and it just changes how you play for the most part. Okay? There are a lot of good items and there are a lot of bad items. It just changes how you play the game. Some items are better than others, that's for sure. But like, item critique is the lowest form of critique, right? If you want to critique something, critique the draft. Like, ask yourself, okay, then why did we have 9th pick Silencer? Or why did we put the Tide against the Ursa? Or, let's see here. You know, those are intelligent critiques, but you're like, BKB. I know that you're a noob right away. Straight up. Like, I'm not gonna buy a fucking dagger, man. They're gonna close the gap anyways. Like, you're suggesting that I buy a dagger, right? To, like, escape, right? They can't close the gap to your plus... No, man. Just... Oh, God. I'm just gonna stand there, and... I have 4 staffs and Glimmer Capes, and I have my own 4 staff. I myself have Hurricane Pike. That's good enough, dude. Hello, LJ. Okay. You thought they're good enemies? They are good enemies. Hey, Ismail, if you want to make a hero request, you have to make donation, okay? Yeah, it's my Smurf Haku. We're gonna do hero pulse like you wanted. Right, so, okay. If you press E, then you can right-click longer distance for 1 right-click. Am I having fun playing on Smurf? Yeah, I am. Where are we? Okay, Witch Doctor is a great idea. Yeah, great idea to get reported. Where are we?
The doctor is in.
Yes. Prepare for battle.
Okay. Thanks, Lerman.
1,500 watching, 38 likes. Come on.
Holy fuck, my teammates are AFK.
Like, guys.
Hey, you want a tango?
By my bones.
Thank you, Lerman. Okay, but no donation, no demands. You understand, Ismail? Well, Reality, thanks for subscribing.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, Ismail, let me say that one last time, okay? No donations, no demands.
The bag in flames.
Captain Lerman. Ah ha 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 ha. I don't understand how that's particularly fun.
Very fine.
Kids, man.
The battle begins.
That was unnecessary, Fisher. Thanks, Jonathan, for the good luck.
First blood. Let our great combat begin.
Oh, Quelling Blade. I wanna question mark too.
On my rounds.
Oh, you blocked him in. You blocked him in. You blocked him in. Am I gonna get a first blood? Oh wait, no.
Yes.
First blood already got. Oh yeah.
I twist your back.
Nah, I just stand here, man. I don't have to do anything. Oh my god, we're gonna. Good job, buddy.
Very fine.
Okay.
All's well.
Alright, he's gonna TP back up here. We're gonna do the same thing, man.
By my bones. With vehement
Can't really jungle with stun, huh? Maybe we should go kill Monkey King. Oh, there he is.
yeah.
Oh, don't need to kill Monkey King. He's already dead. Oh fuck, lane equilibrium. Jesus Christ.
A twisted path.
Boom.
Here I come. Yes.
Here, I'll stun first, okay?
Wow. Yes. Yes, indeed.
What are they? What is he? What is this guy question marking?
Yes, indeed.
Oh my god, it's so easy. Hey, keep the lane in equilibrium, thanks.
All's well. Yes. For what? With vim and vigor.
What the fuck? I pull one creep only? Garbage.
By my bones. Here I come. Deceptive rune of invisibility. A twisted path.
Clockwork's level 3. And he's doing better in the Wraith King, so. Don't worry, Clockwork. Wraith King's doing even
Very
worse.
fine. On my rounds. Yes.
Please, come on.
With vim and vigor.
Come on.
Okay, get ready, get ready. Fuck.
Close lead.
It's okay. He's not really getting experience, so it's kind of good.
By my bones. Very fine. Yes.
Oh my god, that was a really nice TP. Runes, please. Grab runes in 5 minutes. Thanks.
Yes. Oh, look at it go.
Oh my god, this guy's gonna fucking survive. Oh, I should have Maledict, dude. Maledict.
I'll take that. Practice makes
Yeah, I'm gonna grab these runes. Never
Your
mind.
middle tower is under attack.
Good, give it.
Thank you.
I'll draw your blood. Here I come.
What? 1 second.
A twisted path.
We can kill Grocer. Ah, he's TPing out.
You was too strong, boy. Stand here, I can bottle you.
Oh, found the Indian. Dude, Raytheon's level 2, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, even I'm higher level than this Raytheon. Oh fuck, damn it. Okay, I need a pull.
Forward.
Ah, you're dead. Dude, you gotta kill the thing, man.
On my round. A tool to take.
Oh my god, does that have boots? 318 move speed versus 302?
Very fine.
Wah wah. I have mana boots now, so I'm so fucking rich.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
A twisted path. My
Is your brother
powers
playing Mini?
grow
Yeah. It's gotta be the Ember, you know?
With vim and vigor.
I'm coming. It looks like he's just gonna come up.
Here I come.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Heads up.
He's dead. Nice job.
All's well.
What level is Wraithing? Oh, level 4? Oh, damn it.
All's well.
Warded? Not even close.
A twisted path.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We can kill this Pudge, come.
Very fine.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Dead.
Dead.
For my graveside mana.
Water Shaker, let's go kill mid.
Dire's structures are fortified.
With vim and vigor.
Wait for me, dude.
Yes.
I got a stun.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
Oh fuck, my wand and my fairy fire. Oh well, I don't have anything to cast anyways.
Chained in searing heat. Thought I would never get out of that Double kill. Forward. Yes.
Sister.
What? Yeah.
I'm gonna go shrine.
On my round.
Oh, never mind.
I'm gonna kill this guy by myself.
What? Yeah. Forward. I'll take that.
Oh, visibility.
Yes, indeed.
Monkey King's 9, huh? Ember's 7.
All's well. On my round. Very fine.
Amber, we can kill
Your
Monkey
middle
King.
tower is under attack.
Have much mana, just 2 spells, but
It doesn't matter. Yo, stun him!
Let's not do that again, man. I'm not. Jingu is strong.
Ah. Okay. That's a chain feed.
Yeah. There's 3 deaths here, which was unnecessary.
Is under attack.
Right here, right here, right here. He's dead, by the way. Oh shit, that guy's dead. I don't know if I can help that guy. Oh no, I cannot help that guy. Mana boot for what?
Gee.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh shit. Where's Lone Druid, dude? Oh, he's not even go mid. He's not even go
Your
top.
top tower is under attack.
Feeding him, I'm not coming in. Then I'll take it, I'll take it. Leave it, I'll take it.
God damn it. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Holy shit, man. Well, if they get PL, this is a way better trade.
Your top tower is under attack.
Good trade.
Your top tower has fallen.
I guess dead. Pudge is dead too. Pudge is still dead! Motherfucker! Denied!
They're always like rotating around. Well, some of our
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes, indeed.
15-minute runes. Yeah, I'll try to grab these bottom ones. Oh god. Mommy.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh wait, he has bottle, right? Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
School.
Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, we killed Monkey, and no one died. That's great. That's fantastic. I'll go back and heal.
Yes.
Yeah, no, sometimes YouTube just promotes my channel for a little while, and then I have like thousands of viewers, and then but usually it doesn't last any more than 2 or 3 weeks.
It's over 9,000.
Here's a new streaming platform unleashed. Cool. Oh, so by that logic, he sees this, but he doesn't see this.
With vim and vigor.
Your middle tower has
Oh yeah,
fallen.
this is definitely a ward there.
Here I come.
Can I solo kill this Monkey King? We can kill.
Very fine.
The punch here, with the punch here.
Here.
He's about to pop.
Fuck him. Get him away from me. I'm fucking dead, dude. Oh, I'm not dead. Oh, Ember Spirit. Oh, man. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Oh, Jesus.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my round. All's well.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm trying to farm here, man. Jesus.
Oh yeah. Right off.
Are they real?
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures
Oh, Jesus.
are fortified.
Whatever, man.
Stick a bone in it. You're done.
Fucking invisible punch. Nice job.
Here I come.
Good thing that Earthshaker got the Monkey King kill from earlier. Hey, Yumiko, weren't you toxic the other day?
You're stronger.
Actually, I should get 6 armor. Oops.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
By my bones. Yes.
Oh my god, I can die so easily in this game.
I'm open all night. Very fine. On my round. Strong medicine. Poopy. What yeah?
There's a punch right there. Oh, you need to run. There's Monkey King here.
For what?
Oh man, I don't want to get hooked. I don't want to get hooked. I don't want to get hooked. I don't want to get hooked.
Yes, indeed. I'll take that. Very fine.
Your
Are
bottom
you
tower is
surprised
under
when
attack.
I random first pick Sniper?
Yes.
And do you feel smart? They're unknown videos.
Your bottom
Fucking
tower
smart about yourself, huh?
Do it with flair. With vim and vigor. By my book.
Please kill him. Which one's the real one? Oh, none of these are real. Jesus.
Here I come. A twisted path. All's well.
Oh, this guy's getting BKB next. Oh my god. That's gonna be hard.
With vim and vigor. A twisted path. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Forward.
Your top tower is under attack.
What? Yeah.
Oh, I don't even have TP, dude. It's not good.
Yes.
I think it's Pudge.
Your bottom tower is
Oh
under
man,
attack.
what do I do?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I just stand here. I don't have to do anything. Oh shit. Oh my god, Pudge, you fuck.
Yo, Clock.
What the fuck? What? What?
Like, your farm means fuck all.
Whoa.
Pissing me off that you're fucking not coming to anything.
I walk again among the living.
That's kind of toxic.
Honestly, just might abandon this fucking game. It's not worth it.
Oh man, it's 28-20, okay.
Dude, you were fucking, like, jacking off top lane for no fucking reason. You got blade mail. You shouldn't fucking be farming at all. Then walk over. Walk over. Walk over.
This guy's getting really angry. You know, it might be really far distance to walk, so I'm not sure that was plausible.
Hey, I just put my headset on to tell you to go fuck yourself, you piece of shit,
Dude, you're
druid.
fucking retarded. There's
You've been all game doing fucking nothing.
If you ain't the carry, bud,
You're a fucking idiot.
listen to me right now. You ain't the fucking carry. You ain't fucking
Listen to this dude. Shut up, you fucking idiot. Go kill yourself.
I'm the carry.
Southeast Asia, most toxic, bro.
You fucking loser.
Do not know this.
Jesus Christ.
This fucking game gets the farm.
I've got to mute this druid because he's a fucking loser.
To win the game, the fucking support and other people walk around to help the carry.
Southeast Asia, most toxic server in the whole world, bro. It's so cancerous. Oh, you ever played on Southeast Asia, bro? I've never played on any other server, but I know that Southeast Asia is the most toxic.
Trash can?
You're an actual trash can, bud.
Shut up,
Tell me
loser.
that I failed, that I'm fucking shit. No shit I am. Because you're
Be
fucking
quiet,
not
nerd.
following me. Because you're
Yell
just
it
fucking
some more.
taking it off with some
Fucking
random way for
loser.
no fucking reason. Because you're just fucking dumb.
You're mad because you've been doing bad all game?
Opportunities in your life, fuck.
Listen,
You're
guy.
fucking useless.
Listen.
You are
Hold on.
useless. You are the definition.
Listen,
You
hold
are
on.
not doing
Calm down, buddy.
anything in
This is
game.
why you don't have any
haven't done
friends. You gotta
anything
calm
in this
down.
game. You took
Take
the
a
lane
second to
where you
listen.
don't get farm because you don't get farm in that lane.
Well, you gotta calm
Because
down. Are you
You don't
okay?
need the fucking farm.
Can you calm down and listen for like 30 seconds? Can you,
There
okay?
is no reason to listen to you because you're dumb.
Can you, guy,
Your
listen.
actions are fucking showing me that you have no idea what you're fucking talking
What's your name?
about.
You sound like a Jeffrey. You sound
fucking-
like your name's Jeffrey or something. Hey Jeffrey, can you calm
You
down?
got me, bud. You
Oh
got
shit.
Can you calm
Oh shit.
down,
Oh
you
shit.
Canadian fucking
You're never
backwoods
gonna
idiot?
fucking know how to play this game.
Oh, yeah. Let me
Until you
listen to
actually
you all
try.
game. Listen, this is what's happened. Listen, calm down, okay? Let's talk like adults. You ready? I failed one time by not being in there to babysit you. That was my fault. I thought you could do it on your own, but I was wrong. Okay? I thought this druid, who's such a good player, could handle bot alone, but I was just wrong. This whole game, I thought this druid, who's been playing by himself and dying, who knows how to play, obviously, from how loud he can yell, could do it, but I was just wrong. I thought I could do it alone, and I need you. Can you help me? Druid, where'd you go? We're fighting. Are you not with the team? Can you walk over here?
Very fine.
Thank me if
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my fucking god, I might be dead here.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower is
What the fuck?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Monkey King, you taking enough damage?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh,
Your bottom
my team,
tower
guys.
is falling.
How can I win?
Did the druid mute me finally?
I don't know. Maybe.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks.
What the fuck, man?
Helen hot. Yes, indeed. With vim and vigor.
I mean, we still have a chance of winning this game, but I don't know. These these teammates of mine, quite the pieces of work.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
It's gonna be up to you, Ember Spirit, because
After Ember Spirit, oh fuck that shit. That guy's a pussy. Trust me.
It's too calm, man.
I watched him play.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Come on, Earthshaker.
With vim and vigor.
Southeast Asia, most toxic region in the world, bro. Trust me.
Your top
I've
tower
never played
is
on
under
any other
attack.
server, but I know.
My bones.
I know. I know. Oh, that Jeffrey guy got muted already, huh? Jesus Christ, man. I remember meeting you myself not too long ago. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Yes. What, yeah.
The only way to win this game is to buy eggs.
Forward.
Oh, and Drew died here.
Where'd he just die at? He just feeding now?
The mid tier 2 tower.
No, like our fucking druid just died. He died mid tier 2.
Yeah, that's right.
Man.
Sucker, sucker.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your bottom shrine is under
Yep,
attack.
you got me. Guess what? You guys were all fucking farming. Look, you got fucking 2 items before I do. Look at that. Congrats.
That's kind
You
of
did a good
embarrassing, to
job.
be quite
You
honest.
farmed. But you know, you're not the fucking carry, so it doesn't actually matter.
Your middle barracks is
Wink
under
on their
Maybe
shaker
some
doesn't matter.
people will learn the fucking game, but you guys are probably the trash or
shit.
carry.
Druid, you've
Shit.
been bad all game, and you're blaming it on me so you don't feel bad about yourself. You suck, dude.
No,
I
don't
hope you hear
multiply,
me.
please. Yeah.
This fucking Druid run around all game and then loses his mind in one fight blaming me.
Yeah, we lost. We had small chance to win this game, but I think that's that.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Oh, my Smurfs MMR. Fuck.
Your bottom shrine has fallen.
By my bones.
Notice what you're doing.
Hey, just for the record, what did that total piece of shit say, Haku? / Lulu? I think it disappeared so quickly I couldn't read it.
Yep, I do.
But yeah, that's kind of odd that
Congratulations.
a person like that kind of exists. You know what I mean?
Glad you made me have no.
Your top shrine
Yeah,
is under
yeah.
attack.
Yeah, congrats. Look at that. You looked at my build, congrats. But it's not the correct build in that situation.
Oh, you dead, bro. You
You could
dead.
have told me something if you thought something was amiss, but nope.
Why would we tell you anything? Somebody tell this guy that he said he knows the game. Why does he need people to tell him to do shit if he knows the game so well? Somebody
Fuck,
explain
he's still
that
chasing me.
concept to
Oh
him.
my god! Oh god.
I have 0 reports. You can do. You can all report.
Oh, is that what he said? I'm here to
Game.
fuck you all?
I fucking 40.
You're gonna scream so loud that he's the best and that I don't know what I'm doing, and then he needs people to suggest the build.
Did you
Boys,
realize?
you hear this?
I do know what items to choose, and if you think that I didn't, then you should have told me something before fucking 30 minutes, you know?
Your
But
top tower
now you're
is
telling me
under
now, and
Earthshaker, just simply type
that's
"you're bad" easy.
depressing, isn't it?
Just let him know. Just say you're bad, Druid. Just say that to him. Let it fly, Earthshaker.
Oh, here it comes.
Your top tower is under attack.
You know, I'm just gonna AFK.
don't fight with that Earthshaker.
In fact, I'm gonna go to the bathroom right now. Be right back in 1 minute, guys. Yeah. In fact, I'm gonna.
Your top barracks
Told
are
you
under
you
attack.
can't win.
I don't have a shrine. You don't.
Now you don't have embers, so you're not gonna.
We would win.
Fuck out of here.
What are you talking, man?
I'll be right back. 1 minute. Bathroom.
Your top barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
You're losing lots of blood.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen.
You lose the game to no carry having no farm, or everyone having farm.
Radiant
Hope I get none of you in the next game. Like it's actually true down to heart.
Oh, my score is nice, huh? 777. Hello. The song is suitable for the situation that we're in right now. Alright guys, let's do a hero poll. We're gonna do a hero poll. You guys can vote on the hero you'd like to see. So I am going to add Mars to the poll. So you guys can vote on Mars. Thank you, Lulu and Vinny. I want to practice Mars. And Omni Knight. He's probably not going to win the vote, but we're going to add him anyways. Omni Knight. Yeah, we're going to report Lone Druid after I come out with this poll. Treant. He's probably also not going to win the poll. But I want to practice him. Monkey King. Yeah, I practice Monkey King. We already played Sniper. We'll reserve Invoker for later. I'm actually looking to play Invoker later today, for sure. But he's not going to be part of this poll. Because he's going to win the poll. Guarantee. It's kind of like if you add random or you add punch to the poll, they tend to win the votes. Arc Warden. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's just do these 5 heroes. Okay. One sec, let me set it up. Which hero next? We have Mars. Poll looks like this. Mars and then the Omni Knight Treant. Okay. Omni Knight Treant and Monkey King Arc Warden. Okay. Monkey King Arc Warden. Alright, get ready to vote, friends. Poll starts right now. You can only vote once per person. You cannot change your vote. To vote, you type in !vote, put in the space, then you put in the number. That's the only way to vote. Good luck on your vote. Anyway, 0 is Mars, 1 is Omni Knight, 2 is Treant, 3 is Monkey King, 4 is Arc Warden. Alright, listening comprehension test. Let's see how many of you fucked it up. You fucked it up. All right. You fucked it up. 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 Once again, vote only once, so you double fucked it up. Don't spam, please. Thanks. Okay, we're gonna queue for a game now. Good luck on your vote. Ooh. Jesus. So, yeah, I would not vote for any of these 3 heroes. So it's looking like an epic battle between Arc Warden versus the Monkey King, with Arc Warden ahead by 5 votes. So, yeah, don't even bother with these 2. I mean, if number 1 gets banned, I'm gonna pick number 2. Yeah. So, vote for one of these. Vote for either 3 or Focus. Ah, yeah. You guys still have like maybe a minute or 2 left to vote, but I gotta pick hero real quick. Yeah, it's looking like an Arc Warden game, just saying. Yeah, polls look like this. Yeah, it's looking pretty Arc Warden-y. Don't spam, please. Thanks. 9 out of 10 accepted. You have a few seconds left to vote. Betting's not on. Oh no. You have a little bit more time to vote because the game didn't go through. The sniper look like he's part of this vote? Does anybody see Sniper? Does anybody see Wraith King? Guys, this is the poll. These are the heroes. You vote on these heroes. I'm not gonna fucking add all 120 heroes, you know? How did I lose the boss Monkey King? I don't understand. What is my goal in Dota 2? To have fun? This guy just keeps spamming. Yeah, sometimes YouTube gives me a boost. That's about it. He makes you feel smart. Hey! There is a space between the vote and the number. Oh, Valdo. Nah, I'm not gonna accept that because we're too far into the poll. Like if the poll just started, yeah, maybe I'll just reverse the poll, but but I mean, it's kind of funny thought though. Once again, there's a space between the vote and the number. Listening comprehension. Okay. Why is Mars above Omni if they're ranked by vote number? Okay. There's an ID number for when you vote on the hero, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, to let the polling system know which hero you voted on. And then there's the number of votes, which is it's just a different way to categorize things. I mean, we can go back like this if you want. Also, Ari. Hey, Lisa, thank you for watching the ads and clicking on the ads. Gotta make that 10 cents, you know. The last game, the other team Monkey King is like 10 to 2 early game. Oh, right. So that's what you're referring to. Oh, right. Okay. I see what you're saying. Good job, Blitzbanks. You see TA on this poll, man? You see that? And by the way, TA is a shit hero. How do you vote? Well, if you just read the top right of the screen, there's instructions, you just follow those instructions. Thanks for the good luck, Lee Kimiko. How can you get Immortal 1700? By hitting 5.6k in North America and South America. Anonymous, thanks for subscribing. Can I boost your account? Don't you feel that's a little pathetic when you ask other people to make you look better than you actually are? Tandra, which question are you referring to? The fuck is this talking about? Holy shit. Are we back 300 viewers? Good evening, Gilbert. Thank you, Anik. I know, right? That's basically my streamer life. How do you get 5k, 6k? You play good? Remake this poll? Oh, I can do that for donation. Would you like to make donation, Blitzwing? Hi, Chanika. I think we play Arc Warden, right? Pretty sure we play Arc Warden. You have 46 votes. Okay.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Seconds
all right, congratulations to the Arc Warden pickers. You guys have won the vote. Congratulations, Arc Warden pickers, voters. We're gonna pick Arc Warden right now. What's the viewer count, Lulu? Hi, Insan. 356. That is really weird. Why would it just... That is very interesting. Now right now we have more regular viewer count.
Your turn to pick.
Hey, Geary. Thanks for not being toxic. I appreciate the positivity, honestly. Oh, Tainish. Hope enemy team pick Arc Warden. Ha ha ha. When I checked Dota buff, why my skill was normal skill, not very high skill. I play looks like high rank player. Should we tell him, guys? Should we tell him the truth? I know the truth. So, hey Harsh, I don't really understand how sometimes I get a wave of viewers. I think it's actually bots, but I didn't initiate the bots. This is just a theory, okay? Yeah, I don't really know. Maybe like there's like a wave of like Russian bots or something like that, and they want to make the viewers seem natural or realistic. So
your turn to pick.
They'll sometimes they'll just go to other streams just to, or maybe it was raid. I don't know, man. I want to see Blitz commenting on my game. Actually, I would like to see that too. Thanks, Christopher. Hi, ready? Yeah, this might be it too. Yeah, no, sometimes when I get like thousands of viewers, like it doesn't really translate to that many subscribers. Kind of weird. Thanks, Sigget.
Smoke weed every day.
See you later, Lurman. Have a great day, man. Why would I play in Southeast Asia if I live in Canada? I should do the most toxic server on Dota 2 before sprouting my sarcasm. Oh yeah? And then what? Did someone do a fucking survey or something like that? By the way, Poldo, do you think you sound smart? Because I think you sound smart. I think you think you sound smart.
It will be.
Let's do revenge.
Prepare for battle.
Oh yes. Remember what happened the last time you said that?
Thank you, Kuro. Or can I have a ward, Chris?
Primordial
Thank you.
Will.
Bam.
Ever closer.
Hey Blitz Spanx, are you on the verge of insanity because of your stream? Because I am. Actually, you know what? I am gonna come top.
The self seeks.
30 seconds to battle.
Oh, don't I have quick cast? Oh yeah, I have quick cast for Arcwood.
Toward synthesis.
Betting's not on. Good job, Hawker. I agree with this. Yeah, Arc's voice is cool. I was forced to play LC today because my chat complained about TA spamming. I'm fucking over it right now, to be honest. Aw, you had to play not TA? You poor thing. The most autistic chat in YouTube? That doesn't surprise me. Am I making popcorn? Yes. Kill who? Such a high rank player still flames? Do you think there's a relationship between MMR and maturity? Oh, Tanish. You know, sometimes you say some kind of dumb shit, man. Oh, I'm gonna be real with you, homie. You ask just like some of the weirdest questions, and I'm like, what? Have you ever met in your dream? No, I've never been to Indonesia. Oh, game starting.
Sentinel. Onward. Coursing. Hounding.
Seriously, he's just gonna tank it like a fucking boss?
The battle begins.
Oh my god, fucking suicidal, dude.
Stand firm. Seeking. Fragment of self.
Oh man, I wasted so much mana. Ugh, almost guild sweat.
Forward.
Wah wah.
Unity must be achieved.
Ugh.
The self moves.
Try again.
The self roams.
Is that rage quit by Wind Ranger?
Justice. Seek elsewhere. The warden strikes.
This guy's really bad at aiming his nether blast, huh?
Action. Ahead. The arc grows brighter. Always away. Yes. Onward. Submit.
Alright, game's paused. I'll read a few more comments. Where are we? What do you think about legacy keys? I've never tried it, so I don't have an opinion. Hi, DJ. We're gonna build something suitable for this game. Whatever that is. Is there a way you and Blitz play 1v1? Would you like to make a donation to see that happen? We'll split it, okay, Blitz? I'm good, DJ. Why play mid? What do you think? Oh my god. Man, see, you really act like Rage, like I said yesterday. Job? Am I right, Job? Yeah.
Yes. Coursing. Yes. The arc grows bright, seeking. Hounding.
Damn, dude, you're really bad at aiming. You know that last time.
Onward. Toward synthesis. Primordial will. Not yet. Stand firm.
Wah wah. I think he's gonna survive that, right? Yep.
Phasing.
Thomas, thanks for subscribing.
The self seeks. All comes together. It will be. Control. Ever closer.
Nugra, thanks for subscribing. Weren't you spamming earlier? Try not to spam. Okay, thanks.
Onward. In unison. Unity must be achieved. Yes. Ever forward. None escape the self. A charge.
Oh, I want him to compete for this. Oh yeah, you come here, come here, come here, come here, boy.
Always aware.
Too easy.
Alright, nice dodge.
Spark wraith. So it must be. You shall be scoured. The self roams. Stricken.
Oh my god, man, I'm dominating this guy, dude. Fuck.
Phasing.
Okay. We're gonna redo this game. We're gonna play Arc Warden again. This doesn't count.
Thunder approaches.
Alright, let me read some more comments. Hello, Jesse boy. Yeah, you know, you fucked me up with Spanx. You're from Australia, man. That place is scary. I always think that Amoeba is Blue's Cursor. What makes you think it's not? You did a Google search and the Southeast Asia does seem to be it. Okay, guys. Let me teach you something, okay? Don't fucking believe everything you learn on the internet. Okay? Now, the only person, or the only people, who can say whatever region is the most toxic is someone who actually did a study that fucking compared it with, I don't know, chat, throw rates, you know, some science shit. Not like, I've only ever played on Southeast Asia, but I know that it's the most toxic. Like, how do you even fucking arrive at that conclusion? That's retarded. Now, for a person to know what the most toxic region is, they would have to play at least 1,000 games on every region. Doesn't that make reasonable sense? Would you agree with that? Does anybody here? Has anybody here played at least 1,000 games on every server? Anybody? All right. Jesus Christ, guys! You guys try to act so smart, but you know. You unbanned him? That's a mistake, Blitzbanks. Have you seen the Blitzbanks Ancient Farming Random Kill? No, I have not. I do that too. Isn't streaming part of your job? How can you even open Dota or see other streams after playing 4 to 5 hours? That's some dedication. Well, that's the thing. Like, you have to study your competition, right? Like, when I saw Blitzbank's stream, by the way, you guys should subscribe to Blitzbanks. I'm like, holy shit, this guy is actually really funny. He is way more enthusiastic and funny, and he yells a lot like a retard. This is funny. I like this. I like this a lot, actually. Even though his MMR is not very high, and he's nowhere even as close to skill as I am. This guy's really entertaining. And you guys should subscribe to him. Just joking, man. I'm just giving you some flack. Is Blue's favorite hero Star Spirit? It's a meme, man. I didn't create this meme. You countered a filthy Viper mid today and still lost?
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Twin Ranger is abandoned.
I've come to talk with you again.
You know, Nugra, I'm gonna be real with you, homie. Your suggestion's a little retarded. If that was true, I mean, if that was true, then I should just make 6 moon shards, right? 7 moon shards. And then I would win the game. You see how that's not really a viable idea? We have a game. I'm gonna play Arc Warden again. Because that last game shouldn't count.
Your turn to ban.
I'm playing Arc Warden, boys. Letting the team know now.
5 seconds remaining.
Unless he's banned. Is he banned? Yeah. I saw a hero that started with A there. I thought it was Arc
Your
Warden.
turn to pick.
Any tips for increasing CS? Yeah, you should cancel your attack animation.
Ten seconds
Hey,
remaining.
say hello to Canada.
Please pick supports
5
first.
seconds remaining.
I prefer carry support. I don't have a preference. My dick is longer than Desco's. Stay here, I guess. Wait, what? Hi, Edwin. By the way, this guy's not getting mod.
Hey,
Maybe
we're just
in
gonna
15
bully
years.
this lane, man.
If I'm still here. Is Arc Warden a hard matchup for Pugna, or was that guy just bad?
Your turn to pick.
I don't really know, to be honest with you. Thank you. Have a good night, bud. How about giving my model account to Herald for 1 day for $100? No thanks.
10 seconds
It would
remaining.
have to be at least $10,000 US. You guys are probably just gonna steal my account.
5 seconds.
That account's worth a lot to
remaining.
me. High press.
Your turn to pick.
Am I picking it? Yeah, just fucking pick Arc Warden. Bam! Oh, actually, tell my team I need tangos. Can I get a ward and 2 tangos, please, friends? Jonathan, didn't you ask me what I think about legacy keys earlier, and I answered your question, and then you ignored me? The internet says that drinking bleach makes you immortal, and it's 100% true. Blue is just salty.
Your turn to pick. Your
That is
turn
absolutely
to pick.
110% true. What do I like most from Canada? Maple syrup. Hi, Vu. Thanks, man. What about my popcorn? It's in the microwave. Glad you like the hair, DJ. Thanks, Bimbo.
I'm just gonna take it easy. I'm gonna take it easy until level 3.
AW math? I don't understand what that means.
We'll start bullying the shit out of
Hey,
him.
listen, Blue, I can easily become a better player. Just let me go on eBay for 2 minutes. You only game for a living? Yes. I play at least 500
Because
games
it's
on
gonna
every server except China and C is the
drop
most
me in, I guess.
cancer server.
It's gonna be Luna,
I don't believe you.
Shakiro, and
Do you have a Dota buff to back that up?
Abaddon.
Okay.
Matter has been split from its intended
My tangos.
must be made to unite.
Prepare
Drown,
for
mid.
battle.
Oh, tangos. Oh, tango.
Yes.
Tango. Okay, no tango for me.
Onward.
I don't play with people I don't know. Just like how you don't invite someone you just met on the street to your house for dinner with your family, right?
Seeking. The self moves. Ever forward.
See that AA? I'm giving you little smooches.
30 seconds to battle.
Drow mid? Holy shit, that's bad?
Oh,
Excuse me? Drow mid is good in Divine and Immortal.
Unity must be achieved. So it must be. Ever closer.
Take it. Take it, take it, take it, take it.
The battle.
Yeah, that guy's listening comprehension is embarrassingly bad.
This disharmony must resolve or be crushed. Hounding. Patrolling. The self seeks. Yes. Toward synthesis. Not for you. It will be. Lolicon. Onward. Yes. Coursing. Always aware.
Dude, I five denies. 6! Sucker.
Primordial
You wanna chase me all the way here, bud?
disunion. The arc grows brighter. Concede. Alarm. Abide if you dare. All must proceed. So it must be. Hounding. Do not be selfish. Onward. Ahead. Suffer. The gift of death. Attack.
Oh.
Concede.
Action rune is bottom.
Phasing. Voltage.
He's dead.
The self knows this power.
He's not dead? Oh my god. Fuck. Oh my, and I almost lasted. Oh my god.
Seeks.
Now you're dead.
Yes. The self roams. Seeking. synthesis. Yes. Gold claimed. Primordial will. You shall be scoured. Yes.
This guy's dead again.
Unity must be achieved.
He's dead. He fucking dodged that? Oh, he's dead anyways. I didn't even need to...
No one to blame but yourself.
But Jug fucking used Courier to buy boots? What the fuck is wrong with you? Just don't understand.
All must proceed. It will be. Halt. Coursing. Disjunction of self. Haste. Ever closer.
5-minute runes.
Be watchful.
Dude, this shit just getting shit on.
The end comes. Patrolling. The warden strikes.
What the? He. Crystal Main did the same thing! Oh my god! What's wrong with these guys? Hey, you guys know you can buy boots in the side shop, right?
Justice. Hounding.
I think Drow's so done with mid. Oh wait, there's she.
Coursing. End of
She's not done
Midas.
with it.
Onward.
I have no mana, man. Sorry.
Tempest of Serrated glory. Electric arc must be.
Ah, she did again. Her name is Let's Have Some Fun. I hope she's having fun. Oh. Yeah, it feels like taking candy from a baby, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, maybe my Arc Wood is not suitable for this. I don't know, man. I don't know.
You will cease arc to power.
Yeah, this game, I'm 90% sure this game's over unless my teams all feed a shit ton together.
It will be.
No, we're gonna
All must proceed.
You know, I think she's actually gonna. Oh fuck! These creeps see me. I think she's gonna go jungle.
The self
Like she's probably not gonna show herself in lane, so we're gonna push this in. And
Yes.
oh, she's right there. Oops.
action.
Oh yeah, I'm fine now.
The self moves.
What's wrong with this guy?
Rest for now.
Yeah, it's fine. Jakiro's just
Your
an asshole.
bottom tower is under attack.
Division of labor ahead.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
From fragments.
Thanks, man.
Attack.
Dude, Drops died 5 times in 7 minutes. Yeah, Midas, blah blah blah. I get it. Sometimes I just want to kill Belgus.
Alarm. Toward synthesis.
Yeah, I wonder when Drow's gonna learn her lesson. Anyways, in theory, Drow should like be jungling. She should be like around here. So we're gonna kill her around there. Or she swap lanes. Or she's over here. So she's over here, or she's over here.
Patrolling.
Is this guy 6? He's not 6, so we can kill him easily too. Come back, Centaur. You know you want that farm, right? Oh fuck. I don't know which one the real one is. Take this one.
The self split highest unity. All guards aware. The self roams.
With how aggressive this Shakiro is, though, one person, see him if you come bottom with AA, we can just gank this bitch. But I don't know, don't leave Joe.
Self is under attack.
Holy fuck, he's doing a lot of damage though.
Yes. Ever forward.
Shakiro's completely zoning me out now.
None escape the self.
Can I get some wards in their jungle?
I don't have.
Drow's jungling, guys. Yeah, Drow's jungling. She's so under farmed. So I can hunt her there if you guys ward me.
Suffer. Patrolling. Ever closer.
Hidden runes.
Coursing. Disunion. A timely reward. Submit.
This'll come in handy.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
I don't have mana for anything right now. Actually, I have mana boots.
The warning strikes. Hot. Unity must be achieved.
Rebound.
Suffer. Boots of travel. In unison. Ahead.
Oh fuck, I pressed the wrong button, dude.
Self becomes self, and yet more so, the self moves.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Now is the time.
Good job, good job. Worth it, worth it, worth it.
Hounding. Abide if you dare.
Crazy
Oh,
motherfucker.
dude.
Jug. What the fuck, dude?
None escape the self.
Oh, bad, it's still 5, huh?
Resistance serves a smart. Flux. Disunity. Doggedly.
Oh, dead.
Oh, I'm gonna be dead, dude. Oh, dude. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Primordial will.
Oh, almost killed them both.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Dude, Dross 8 and I'm 13, dude. No one's even level 9 in this game. Yeah, I'm so far ahead of these guys.
Such life is and can be when it is given by a foe. Division of labor. Ever closer. Always aware. Indeed. Hounded. Sentinel, Sibilance Union. Phasing. Unity must be achieved.
Hi, Jensen.
It will be. Magnetic field. You shall be scoured. Let no foe come near. Attack. Submit. Yes.
Wait, I'm coming.
Centaur's bottom.
Nice job.
Self-embrace your end. Return to your
middle tower is under attack.
Demon runes are almost up.
All must proceed. Toward synthesis. Attack. Mine! Balance the scale. The self. Split. Strengthen.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
The self moves. Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Power complete. Double kill. Triple kill.
That's true.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Justice. A timely reward. Action. You will cease. Dynamic charge. Stricken. The self rose. Ahead.
What the fuck, man? Dead.
Rest. Your enslavement. In unison. The self expands. Fragment of self. Rest for now. Suffer. Field of power. Toward synthesis. Primordial will. That gold is claimed. Attack. Yes.
Did I haste it? What? Oh no, right, something right.
Must be achieved. Seeking. All come together. Dreams and forward will just have to accept this and move on.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Cease. Coursing. Always aware. Mjolnir. Halt. Charge reconciliation. Yes.
Hmm.
I'm tanky as fuck. I think if we stick together, we can just roll them right now. I almost had pipe.
Tempest of self.
I'm lagging. What? Oh god. Well, I'm not in danger of dying at least.
The Stormcrafter.
I don't know why this keeps happening, guys. Did anyone here, internet engineer, help me? Okay.
I'll come with you.
Ring of sparks.
Yeah, we take this tier 2.
Strengthen.
See him disconnect it? What's my favorite game except Dota? Russian guy? Tetris? Which team are you gonna join? Add a pro player as a pro Dota player? I wouldn't join any team, man. I don't have the skill or the MMR. First item diffusal blade, interesting. Hey, Wagner's Mail, thanks a lot, buddy.
Damn, I'm late.
Singaporean laksa? I tried Malaysian laksa. It's a really sour soup, right? I didn't like it that much. Lulu, do you remember eating it? I think you thought it was alright, right? Or maybe I just didn't have a good one. Is there a big difference between Malaysian and Singaporean laksa? Oh, Zafran. Hi, Sito. Not something you want to eat again? Why you are effing. You're welcome, Mindus. Did I play Dota 1? Yep. Am I part of the famous, infamous Dota community? Here, why don't I answer your question like this? You tell me, am I part of the infamous Dota toxic community? Jug has null talisman? Oh, he does.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Divided against itself cannot
Oh, I put the real one here. Oh my god.
Nice show.
Dude, I mixed up the Arc Wardens just now. Ooh, it's kind of bad. Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
There's invisibility here if anyone wants it. Can someone get top? Bounty rune?
Runes, yeah. I'm moving for it.
Phasing.
Oh my god, I die here. Okay, we need to pause for Crystal Maiden, huh?
Jesus Christ. They're all 5 fucking here. Oh.
Awkward pause. Hello, JT. Hey Valdo, we all feel the same way about this guy. I'm not sure this Crystal Maiden's coming back, dude. No, even though I'm carrying really hard, we can still lose this game. I just realized.
You weren't meant to see.
If I play on Southeast Asia server, yeah, and I'm not doing it again.
Are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom
girlfriend,
tower
yeah.
Don't go. They're gonna push it. They're gonna push it. Don't kill CM.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
These fools must learn what they stand against.
Dire structures are fortified.
This structure self-saves because it believes it is.
I should have defended the tower.
Attack. Submit sparkling infusion. Action. Stand firm.
Yeah.
The self seeks.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower
There he is.
under
Hell
attack.
yeah.
Shadow Blade.
Shadow Blade.
CM, buy the book. Buy the 20-minute book.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh shit, dude.
Self becomes selves. Toward synthesis.
Okay, man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That was an illusion, man. That was an illusion. He followed your illusion in.
Sucker.
Wild, bro.
Self becomes selves. You shall be scoured.
That's why it's important to play all the heroes.
The self roams.
Luna doesn't have Eclipse, right? Damn it, anyone can confirm?
Yes.
Radiant structures.
I don't know if she does or not. I don't know if she used it on Jug. I don't think she did.
Oh my god, she's gonna beat me! Wow, okay, I underestimated this, this Luna. Wow, wow, dude, just, wow. Did not expect, I really did not expect that. Did you guys expect that? I didn't expect that.
Oh, hey, you're fucking up.
Also, I'm not buying a fucking pipe, man.
Yeah, we shouldn't have gone into that.
Don't take team fights, guys. Play the split push game.
Your top tower has fallen.
Why feeding them? higher level than me. Oh my god. Did not expect her to beat me. Jug, can we kill Luna?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
I can chase, I can chase. Oh my gosh, she's so... Never mind, she's so fast. Never mind, never mind.
Your bottom tower is under
Run.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Piece of an arm. Always aware. Concede. All must proceed. Magnetic field. Indeed. So seeking. Patrolling. Division of labor. You shall be scoured. Phasing. Stricken. Attack. Justice. Futile creature. In unison. Coursing. Great glory. Ahead. Submit. Doggedly. The warden strikes. Halt. Walking malevolence. Yes. The self moves.
Oh, where do I go?
Coursing. Disunity. Attack. Abide if you dare. Will cease. Power emergent. The self seeks. This zone must be. The self moves.
Yeah, DJ, can you just follow the fucking rules, man? It's really not that hard.
One word. Escape the self. Unity must be achieved. Higher unity. Ahead. Sizzle and sear.
Kill it? Kill me? Man, I just got 300 gold. It's a lot of money. It's a big deal to lose your everything. They can't really push.
Ever closer. The self stirs once more. You dynamic chess.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Now is the time. Self is under attack.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Where's my fucking dust? Oh, the clone doesn't get dust? What the fuck? I don't need help. Follow the rules. Don't tell me what to do. Just follow the fucking rules. I'm about to ban you myself, Dija. Jesus Christ, man. You keep fucking justifying your actions. Oh, I do what I want. Oh, I know what blue span needs. No, you don't. Just stop, man. Jeez.
Careful, careful. Don't fuck with them. Don't fuck with them.
Oh fuck, I fed down to 300 gold.
Yes.
Like I said, I'm gonna ban you myself. You think I was kidding?
Are they going in?
Pretty sure.
Pretty sure.
Must proceed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Walks upon a wire. The self must not fail. The second soul suffer. Yes.
Don't chase, don't chase. Maybe, yeah, chase.
Patrolling. Power conduit. Toward sickness.
Found someone. Go kill him, you.
Don't go.
Dire structures are fortified.
Disunity.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your
Can we punish this guy?
has fallen.
Shall be scours.
Holy shit. Yeah, I had to buy back.
We could take Roche now.
Yeah, let's take Roshan from me, please.
You take Roche.
Divided against itself cannot stand. Justice. None is
Pop this cherry, pop this cherry.
patrolling. Stand firm.
Let me get this. I just bought back.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Here we go, baby.
Unison. Division of the labor walks upon a wire. The self must not fail. The warden strikes dynamic charge. Yes, attack. Yes. We shall be scoured. All comes together. Ahead.
Careful, CM. Get out.
All must proceed.
CM's dead. CM's dead. Just go. CM, don't go initiate fights by yourself, man. Just straight up, stay behind Joe.
Oh shit, my bad, guys. Oh man. Dude, oh god. Man, they target me so bad, guys.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He's dead for 96 seconds. He's dead, so we have to play this smart. I don't know if we fight at this tower.
Your middle tower has fallen.
High ground, high ground, high ground.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god, why?
Your middle tower has fallen.
Luna's biggest problem is
Your middle barracks are under attack.
this. Luna understands this game really well, huh? Yo, man, don't forget your healing ward.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
This Luna has 10 HP.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
We lost. Oh man, I got caught. And then we just died, dude.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, Luna died. We have 1 rack left.
That really just fucking happened. Oh, man. Well.
Such life is and can be when it is given by a full disjunction of self toward synthesis. Now is the time flux. Attack the self moves.
Oh, Kyle, thanks, buddy.
Is under attack.
I'll take that as tribute.
Chat on top form tonight, faced with tears of joy.
Your top
Worry, my
shrine
precious
is under
snowflakes. I still love you, trolls, mods, introverts, emos, and special
We
needs.
just have to go all in middle.
I got you hard.
The self slips distance once more. Seeking. Abide if you dare. Disunion.
Yeah, I'm fighting here. I'm looking to kill these guys. There's Luna. Luna just has to run
We
here.
need to go for the W.
The self roams. Self becomes success must learn what they stand against. Futile creature. Blazing. Power conduit. Alarm.
Yeah, hang on. We need to get back. We need to get back.
Yeah, let's get back.
Suffer. Seeking.
Hey,
Coursing.
how do I do this?
The self expands. Stricken.
Bloodthorn. I need to pick off the Luna. Yeah, that's the only way to win.
Justice.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Yes. So it must be. It shall be scaffolding. Yes. The self.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god, man. Oh god.
We need to be high ground right now, guys. We need to be back. Get back, get back, get back.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine has fallen.
You're gonna take a shit in the next 2 days. I'm smart too. Here, let's make another prediction, okay, Jip? In the next 30 seconds, somebody's gonna die in this game. Oh, look what I said. What did I say? Somebody just died, smart guy.
The cell hero is missing. Patrol. All must proceed. Sincere. Forward.
Nice, nice, nice.
Balance the scale. Onward. Regeneration. Halt. Concede. Doggedly.
I'll TP us. If they start buying back, I'll TP us out.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The TP? My TP got cancelled, huh? Shit. Here goes.
This'll come in handy.
It is self seeks.
Okay, Luna, let's do this.
Yes. Suffer. Must be achieved. It will paste. Gift of death. Onward. Alarm.
Oh, Luna has DD. Luna has DD. Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Yes, this junction of self. Hounding. The border.
Luna still has DD.
Onward. It will be.
Care. No, care. Let me, I can solo them.
This unity.
If you just let me pick them off with my, Nullifier Bloodthorn, they're dead.
Seeking.
Care. You don't have to commit to mid.
Yeah, alright, we're getting back,
Your middle tower is under attack.
Maybe I shouldn't have gone for a battle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Must be achieved. This junction of self will cease.
He's dead already.
Nice.
The self roams.
I'm coming to fight,
Okay.
Triple kill. Perish.
Go defend AA.
Hey, no, you can push, like, I can defend by myself, that's okay.
Oh, that's true.
No, like, you guys can just run together. Go S4, and I will defend anything.
Come on, guys.
And his name is John C.
Let me get my boost to travel too real quick.
Ever forward. Self becomes once more. All must proceed. Our distance.
The enemy's middle barracks has
We
fallen.
might be able to end here.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
It's okay, it's okay. Don't worry about the tower damage.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified.
GG, guys.
GG.
Dire victory.
Good job, Marco.
Oh, dude, that was way harder than I thought it would be. That Luna, I underestimated the Luna, dude. I tried a 1v1 her at one point. She destroyed me. Yeah, she got really powerful at the end there. Whew. Stressful, guys. Jesus. Wow. Yeah, no, yeah, no, we had quite the lead, and then it was pretty much me who threw it. They targeted me really hard. I got really overconfident, and they just ran at me a whole bunch of times. Cause Arc Warden, you're supposed to push. You're not supposed to team fight as much. So I just keep split pushing, and they keep targeting me, and then it worked. Should have seen that happening. That fire crackling, yeah. Hey man, if you wanna root for me, don't say shit like, I told ya you'd die again, see? It doesn't help, man. Look, you fucked it up again, see? I was right. No, man, obviously I'm gonna die at some point, right? Give me 1 minute, I'm going to the bathroom.
And his name is John C.
Have a good night, Blitzspanks. Thanks for visiting. Hey Jip, before I start the next ripple, I'm gonna address this comment. Hey Jip, it doesn't matter where I get picked off, dude. It doesn't matter at all. Like, Like, do you see how when you make those kind of comments, you're like, I knew that was gonna happen. I'm smarter than you. How can you fall for something like that? Seriously? The same part of the map 3 times in a row? Yes, as a fucking immortal player, I'm gonna do the same shit again. No problem, man. Seriously, like, don't fucking try to act so smart, man. Jesus Christ. That's just annoying behavior. Now, you may disagree with it, but it's annoying behavior. Okay? Jesus. Okay, let's start the next hero pool.
War is an equation, death a solution.
We're gonna remove Arc Warden. And I'm gonna add one more hero to this list. Let's see here. See you later, Jip. You think you mean anything to me, man? Get out of my stream. You don't know how to respect people. Yeah, you mean nothing to me. You think that I wouldn't just kick you out? That's funny, man. I gave you a chance, man. You could have just said, my bad, bro. Okay, yeah, I shouldn't have been trying to act like a smart aleck. Like I'm fucking better than you, you know? But you're like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Now you're not welcome in the stream, and you can't talk anymore. Holy fuck, guys. Some people are so annoying, they don't even realize they're annoying.
Scrap that list. Play Luna laughing face.
Okay, alright. So I will play PL first, and then I'll play Luna next. Are either of you guys leaving within the next hour and a half? No, there's not going to be hero pool, guys. I have some donation games that I have to do. And it appears that I have to do a PL game and a Luna game. So you're going to be seeing PL and Luna. Wait, let me read some of these comments. Anyways, if I miss your comment, just type it in, okay? Why do I use the blue circle? To teach people map awareness and what to pay attention in the game. Do Dota 2 players always pee after games as opposed to before the games? Or during the game? Oh, no, it's 12 here? Oh, hey, 12. Long time no see. What's the use of nullifier? Holy fuck, man, you could read the Wikipedia, right? Anyways, it disables the usage of items. And it dispels. Am I playing again? Yep. Malay Coley, thanks for subscribing. Thanks, Ms. Amel. Have a great day. Thanks for visiting. Yeah, if you guys want to see hero, you have to donate to see the specific hero. KL keyword. I don't know what that is. List overlooking place. Wait, what does that mean? You're almost gonna donate. Oh, Valdo, you troll. I know, right? Diamond shaped turd. Like, that guy's so annoying. And then he just doubles down like, no, fuck you. I do what I want. I say what I want. Yeah. You say what you want, but now you can't say what you want. That's funny. You had a chance to just apologize and just be like, okay, I'm gonna follow the chat rules and follow the fucking master of this stream. You know, like, I don't know why people act like they have power or something like that, right? Hello, Penguin. What about your poll game? We've done a series of polls already, Kyle. But I mean, we're gonna do another poll. That was your request, right? Hey, man, how does it feel to be such a piece of shit that you're so angry because you're a troll on an internet stream and you got fucking shit on? And you think that I'm wrong, but I'm not. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Anyways, you like to piss other people off because you're fucking miserable yourself, man. But we're not gonna have your shit here. Sound about right? Indonesian YouTube can't donate. Well, I mean, yeah, you can't donate through Super Chat, but there's other ways. I mean, he's from Indonesia. He's donating. Where are we? Where am I in the fucking chat? Jesus Christ. So you have to do PL and then Luna.
Your turn to ban.
PL. I'm playing PL, boys.
5 seconds remaining.
Glad you're gonna have fun playing. I mean, watching PL. Hi, Fanny. I know, right? He's so annoying.
Your turn to pick.
10 keyless keyboard.
Your turn to
Don't know what that means. Do I have mosquitoes in Canada? Yeah, we do. Thanks, dispatcher. No, we did. Yeah, no, the Ark board game was actually a voting game, Kyle. You feel bad for Troll? I don't. Can you play Troll? No, we're playing PL, guys. We're playing PL. We're playing PL. We're playing PL. Unless it's banned. It wasn't banned. I'm just gonna go ahead and pick PL this next time. So Ryan, TKL just means a keyboard without the numpad, right? Or something like that.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Wait, who forgot what, Legger? Will I be your friend? Yeah, I'm willing to be your friend, but not willing to meet you, though. Yesterday he kept begging like 5 times to meet. He's like 14, I'm 30. Jesus.
Your turn to pick.
Which is your most banned hero? Meepo? No, Ray Panda? I have no idea. What game did you play for the first time? Mario Brothers? No, I don't care, Earthshaker. I don't care, Earthshaker. I don't care, Sven. No, I don't care, Counter. I mean, I'm already smurfing, right? So I know, right, Devraj? My bad, Legger. We're gonna play Luna, dude. Luna, I know what you want. Lone Druid offlane, ugh.
Prepare for battle.
What the fuck is...
Now.
Well, let's just go... Let's go with this.
As ordered. Swarm.
Boots first, AA? I mean, you're gonna cast your cold feet and then you're gonna body block? Is that the plan here? I mean, it's a good plan if you can pull it off, but kinda sketchy.
Quickly.
Bluespan's real name is John Cena. How did you know?
30 seconds to battle.
Oh, they ended up picking Earthshaker, huh? I still don't care.
Without delay.
I think Earthshaker's not that good of a counter.
We move.
Can I even make it over there in time? Nah, let's not risk it.
A good idea. We are cold. Ready to strike. There. Simple.
Hey, when you want a cold feet, just let me know, okay?
Onward. Forward. Into battle. We will find. Yes.
So what is this icon on me?
We see. For victory.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start casting shit. I gave him some instructions, he did not follow those instructions.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
First blood. First blood. Have I got jinx on the chains?
Nicklin, thanks for subscribing.
We march. Yes. We rush. There. A good idea. We march. Forward. Battle come. Attack. We will take him. Yes.
Oh, G means go and use your spear is what he's implying. Right. Oh, now we have 3 up here, huh?
Yes. Now.
I'm sorry, Blue, but techies calls in all their
Oh my
obnoxious,
God.
irritating glory.
Are you saying that you don't want techies? Wait, what? You want to see techies? We could do that. I don't mind. Is that what Kyle means, guys? Because I didn't trying to last hit. And thank you, Kyle.
We will.
Where's my? Okay.
For victory. We will.
Huh? Hey, you got some eyes, by the way.
Without delay.
Thank you. You want to see techies? Yeah, okay. No problem. I actually did practice techies a while back.
We agree. They cannot hide from us. Beware.
5 minutes.
We see them. Onward. We hunt. understand. Quickly. We march. Mine. Yes.
Like there.
Good idea. Swarm. We understand. We rush. Our pike fine. Ha! As needed. Quickly.
Oh, there's a dazzle here.
Beware. For victory.
What the fuck's wrong with you, dude? What
Your
the?
bottom tower is under attack.
We move.
Okay. Okay.
There.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh shit, that root! The first root!
Under attack.
Oh! Oh shit.
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Now.
Well, I'm gonna try.
Without delay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Simple.
Radiant structures are fortified.
My dazzle darkens.
Oops.
We see.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my fucking shrine has gone! Thanks.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We will.
Oh yeah, and
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
We will take them. Our lance is ready. We understand.
oh my god.
We rush. Yes. For victory. Lance catches the sun. A good idea. We agree. We will. We move. Quickly. Now. Without delay. We march. We see. We will. Into battle. There. We hunt. Attack. Yeah. Easy.
That's interesting. He just stood there. Oh yeah.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I love this joint, man.
Agree.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Why did we use Nani just now, Tarek? Please answer.
Wards.
Oh, was it for the dazzle? Oh, hell late, man. Jesus.
Let me get my point.
Without delay. We rush. Now.
Hey, anyways, don't use sound effects just because you can, you know?
There.
Hold on, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, Chris.
We will.
Ugh. If you don't know when to use them, don't use them. Alright, I'm back. What the?
We march. We will. We see.
I'll take that.
Oh, he's dead.
Quickly. We understand. Forward.
What? Why? Coming. Oh, nice.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yes. Regeneration.
Oh my god, that lone ranged, lone melee creep just got the tower last hit. I have no one to blame but myself.
As ordered. Without delay. Fresh meat. A good idea. Diffuse. Simple.
Okay, let's kill some bitches.
They cannot hide. We understand.
I'm coming.
Quickly. We will. Time to punch.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Onward. We rush.
The enemy's top tower has been denied.
Hey Kyle, I have to do a Luna game and then a Techies game, okay?
Yes. Forward. Now.
Fucking hell, what's the range on this shit?
Yes. A decoy.
Oh, you got me. Oh shit, this punch a little too ballsy.
We march.
Radiant structures are fortified.
For victory.
That's a very optimistic hook. Is there a Johnny in the stream? Mr. Asian Dumbass, are you around?
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Oh, he's not here? Okay. Thanks for trying, Lily.
We will. We agree. A decoy. We will. For victory.
Did she see me? Oh, she used her snake. Oh, damn it. Wait, does that stop TPs? I cannot remember.
Without delay.
Pancakes are best hangover cure? No, they do sound pretty good. Although I heard McDonald's is also really good. Bananas are good for hangovers. So I hear. I haven't done the scientific research. Yeah, if you want to know how the eye tracker works, perhaps. I mean, is anyone here an eye tracker scientist? You know, Tarek, your questions are kind of complicated. It's hard to answer. It's kind of like, does anybody know how microchips work? And we're all just a bunch of fucking kids here, you know? And it's gonna go like this.
Good idea.
You didn't see the echo? Because I don't put myself in a position to be echoed.
We rush.
Alright, Danny, explain to us how it works. Okay, Danny, you're an engineer and you're not a kid. Alright. We wanted to give it to each other. How beautiful.
Onward.
You're an engineer, small sat guy? I thought you were a university student. The two are not mutually exclusive.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
Is it good to buy the recipe first, then to buy the items, and then buy the recipe? Hey, Rice, it's about courier usage. I mean, if you buy the Band of Elven skin now, yeah, you have 6 agility now. It's cheaper, you get the benefit of the 6 agility now. But I will say this. You don't always have courier usage, right? Not everyone is a kid. Oh, really? Not everyone's a kid? Yeah, I'm a kid too. 30-year-old kid. Oh, hey. There's a fucking sniper here. Last minute Hurricane Pike usage, huh? Boom, you're dead. Or maybe he already used it. Yeah, I'm not partying with you, dude. I don't know why you just keep trying to justify shit. You think it's gonna work? I just saw Deuce TP here, huh? Oh, she's over here, huh? No, she canceled her TP, it looks like.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Manta style.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this game's over. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's so too easy, you know. Ooh. Oh man, that fucking PL canner fucked me hard. Damn. Damn. Thanks. Oh fuck, no, I'm kind of low. I'm too low for this shit. Way too low for this shit. I almost oh man, I almost did not react to that in time. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Ooh.
Simple.
Oh, this guy's complaining. Hey man, you're making demands. Would you like to make a donation for your demand, Trinya Bao? No, I wouldn't. Oh, okay. Thanks, Donovan. If I go heart now? If I go heart, I'm unkillable. Oh, shit. Phantom Rush range.
As needed.
Blink Dagger would be really cool. Oh, Blink Dagger. Blink Dagger would be funner, but Heart is more game winning.
We rush. Multiply.
Drin? Would you like to make donation for your demand, sir? Would you like to make donation for your demand?
It is right.
Would you? Huh? Huh? English only, thanks.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Sniper. You don't want to make the man? Oh, you don't want to donate? Yeah. Yeah, I thought so.
We will.
Man, that surprises me a lot. Please don't bait. Bait what?
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Quickly. Onward. Under attack.
Oh, that Hurricane Pack is so good. Yeah, that Earthshaker's got another Echo Slam, I think. Oh, Blink Dagger.
We agree. Yes.
Yeah, no, I have to play Luna and then I have to play Techies in that order. Oh shit! Oh man! Oh, damn it! That was a bad dodge.
We understand.
Hey, I.
Let's just back up.
You're gonna donate to me, man, in September? Okay, you have to remember that I am Pepperidge Farms. Okay, I am Pepperidge Farms. You know what that means? Can someone explain what Pepperidge Farm means? Someone who understands. Hey Ivan, I think you had to add people to friends list for you to donate in-game item. I'm too lazy for that. You know? Yes, what Kyle just said. That's what Pepperidge Farm means. And now you technically owe me money. And I hope you're like the Lannisters in terms of money. Does anyone understand the Lannister reference? Huh? 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 Oh shit! Let's fuck up this Earthshaker. Oh fuck! He picked Earthshaker to counter me. There you go. Oh, there's another kill over here. What do I do? Earthshaker, buy back. Okay, that's not. Good job, guys. Everyone have a high five for your reference getting abilities. Earthshaker gave up, did he? Did he? Oh shit. Maybe he did. What the fuck? Time to go back in. Oh, my mana. Wrong one, Pudge! Jesus! Dive him! Dive him! Get him! Actually, this is a terrible idea.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
Fuck. That's better, Wraithband or Magic Wand? Magic Wand's better. Hey, Devil, I gotta tell you something, man. You're kind of entitled. Do you actually think that every YouTuber is like, oh, all my YouTubers, you guys are such, oh, rainbow shaded unicorns, and I love all of you. Do you really believe that shit, man? No. Like, you don't like everyone in your life, right? You go to school. Do you like everyone in your school? You don't. You play Dota 2? Do you like everyone you play Dota 2 with? Just like you, man. I don't fucking know you, man. Can you stop acting so entitled? Holy shit. Entitled. Oh, Blen, you're turning 18?
Top barracks has fallen.
Congratulations.
We are more able and more willing.
Let's just get a heart, guys. It's boring, but it wins games. And then I don't have to try hard.
We will. Ah, fresh meat. We march. We agree. We will. We feel to multiply.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. And by my heart. They have 8. Dude, look at this guy just fucking standing there with 300 HP. He's gonna die. Is he dead yet? Countdown until Drow's dead. Alright, there we go. I'm
Art of Terrace.
just about unkillable.
We will. We march. Mere coin.
I'll take that.
Simple.
Glad you like the fountain dive, Donovan.
As needed. Decoy.
You can kill a lot of trees with this W, huh? Actually, okay, I have the 2 melee racks left.
Into battle.
My 25. Minus 6-second doppelganger cooldown. That's hilarious. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where's the Earthshaker, anyways? Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, Deuce's ult's down, and I'm about to have full HP in 2, 1,
Radiant
0.
structures are fortified.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh yeah, minus 6-second. Oh man, I'm gonna be so annoying. For the next minute.
We see.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's get this guy first. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
You weren't meant to see. Such as tomorrow.
Okay, kill on drip.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Got him. No, no, I want to kill Dazzle the sniper. Oh, Luna, man. Oh god, Luna. Okay, hey, Lag, are you still here? You donated for Luna. I'll play Luna. You're probably still here, right? I'll play Luna for you. Did you have a certain build that you had in mind? Like support Luna? Can I speak Bahasa Indonesia? No? Can you speak Nigeria?
Smoke weed every day.
My boosting account? Yes, I am boosting my own account. So basically just playing Dota 2 and winning games. Does that count as boosting? Alright, where are we? Just found out you can build treads 3 different ways. Oh, yes. That's right. Oh, I got a command. Wait, hold on a second. Maglin Kankupalka has commanded you. Okay. Whatever that means. They're not used to YouTubers pretending to deeply care about every viewer and they don't know how to handle it. You know, I find it that his name has 1993 in it. So I mean, that most likely implies that he was born in 1993, which would make him 25 years old. And yet, at the same time, he is so damn entitled. You know, I would think that's probably not his age. Yeah. If you're still watching, man, I roasted the shit out of you. But you should look up this word entitled, you know? Just Google it on Urban Dictionary or just in the dictionary or something like that. You can speak Bahasa? Yeah, me too. It's your birthday. I don't believe you. Do you have evidence of this, sir? Am I on this account? 3K. Wine is mail. Glad you like the PL game. Thank you for your donations. I really appreciated that, man. Thanks, friends. What words Indonesians do I know? I know nasi padang. Actually, let's just keep the stream in English. Thank you, Valdo. Natan, okay. Why are all the Brazilians so fucking gung-ho and prideful about their country? Like, I have never seen any other country just come in here and be like, oh, Germany in caps or some shit like that. But like, oh wait, no, Peru too. Peru and Brazil. They always come into the stream chat and they're like, Peru, viva la Peru, or viva Brazil, or some shit like that. But I don't hear that shit from like, yeah, Germany or like Singapore. Sometimes Indonesia a little bit, I guess. Or the Philippines or like America. What is up with you guys, anyways? Tarek, you're not from America, okay, man? Thanks, Ortida. What's the sexy language I know? Sexy language I know. I think English is a sexy language, isn't it? Why don't I believe him? Because a lot of people tell me that kind of shit.
Your turn to ban.
South American kind of thing. Uzbekistan. Oh, yeah. Where am I from? My English is good. I'm from Canada.
Remaining.
Germans did it twice so far. What are you referring to, Andrej? What do you think of Jordan Peterson? I've seen him on Reddit recently.
Your turn.
Juan Ismail. Thanks a lot, buddy. Have a great night, man.
A grinning face.
Dude, you've donated a lot of money in the last like 2 days, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Awan Ismail. Can you guys thank Awan Ismail?
10
Honestly,
seconds remaining.
people like Awan Ismail keep this stream alive.
5 seconds.
If I had 0 donations, I straight up would not stream. Straight up. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to play Luna, right? Did Liger say anything about how he wanted his Luna? Would you like fries with that, sir?
10 seconds.
He's not even here. Is he? I'm still.
5 seconds.
I think my computer's crashing, guys. You hear that sound? Yeah, my computer just crashed. And I know that you guys can hear me. But my computer just... Oh god. I think I'm gonna abandon, huh? This is awkward. My computer takes like 3 minutes to restart. It's fucking slow as shit. Okay. Be right back, guys. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine. Test.
I'm very worried because that makes me worry about your decision-making skills because that was not a good decision.
I understand your concerns.
It is in the bag.
Death approaches.
But it's gonna be fine.
Fucking do it.
Thanks.
The camera's gone, I understand. Just give me a sec.
It's in the bag.
That was hot.
So our initiation now is if Pudge lands a good hook, or if PA has BKB and can jump in.
I'm gonna get a Eul's and get the range challenge. I can cast from far away.
The night sees
Well, that's my point. Their fights are Legion can jump in and blink, or Enigma can black hole, or a Disruptor can set down a ring. Like, they have a lot of different ways to start the fight.
Unfortunately, yeah.
We're relying almost exclusively on hooks at this point because we don't have a tank.
Guys, I'll carry you noobs.
on the hunt. Yes.
Hook that shit, Pudge. Hook that shit.
By starlight.
Hey, Alphen, don't I owe you Shadow Shaman gear?
Absolutely. Stalking. What do you see?
Wow, that didn't go into the tower.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
We ride. Good plan. Let's go.
Fuck these guys. Alright, I gotta get Calling Blade.
This will hurt.
Okay.
Illuminating. Let's go.
Go on, man.
Fire the night.
Kyle, you're South African. Didn't you donate in Hong Kong dollars earlier? Or did I imagine that? I think you did, right?
Oh, okay.
Fire the night. Let's go. We ride.
Couldn't resist.
Illuminating.
Usually stack a lot. I probably will not, since they have Enigma and Legion in our lane. Just because they'll be able to kill it before we will.
Yeah.
You can give it a sack Selena.
Let's go.
Yeah, if you stack deep in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, but I don't want to get that far out of the XP this early.
Yeah.
On the prowl. Red moon.
Gotcha.
The moon waxes, and my good plan. Quickly now.
God, I hate this. I do this with Enigma all the time myself, though. It's very annoying. And in fact,
Denied.
Pull on the next one.
yeah, I think that's what you gotta do.
Starlight.
That was like 2 seconds too late.
Wah wah.
Yes. Yes. On the hunt. Stalking. Try to run. We ride. Yes. Lunar light. Your middle tower is under attack. On the hunt.
1 second career.
By starlight. Into battle.
Oh my god, my wand. Oh Jesus. Too slow.
Your middle tower is under attack. No time to lose. Let's go.
Oh shit. Oh my god. I got outplayed so hard. I thought Disruptor would be dead and he'd... I don't know. You know what I mean? He was like really low earlier, right?
Salamene commands.
Slit her eye.
They know I've pulled, so they're gonna start coming over here.
Alright, Punch, get those runes.
What do you see? Poor wee thing. Run them down. Who dares? Stalking. Yeah. No. Attack. On the prowl. For Dark Moon.
Did you not kill him?
Oh yeah. Good kill.
Good plan.
Come on, PA, but I'm behind. Look out.
Far the night. Let's go.
Fuck. This Morphling's last hitting is good.
Illuminating. Unworthy. Yes. Quickly now. What do you see? Piercing light. The hunt.
Get away.
He still has one charge Punch here.
Let's go. The night sees all. Taste my steel.
Nah.
Not enough mana. Yes.
And Nim is coming for you.
Absolutely.
Go! 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 Yeah, good job, Punch. We fucked him up.
Not on my
Oh
watch.
shit, he's gonna fuck me up.
We ride. Yes.
You have so many earn charges. Hell, man, use your earnings.
Salamene commands.
Too slow.
By starlight. Good plan.
Yeah, you know that's a noble cause here, but I'm really low. You don't want me to feed, would you, Punch?
You won't No.
Oh man.
Your bottom tower.
Oh, dude, come on. Just fucking heal me, dude. It's so fucking cheap. Cheap fucker.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Bad times.
Yeah.
Your top tower is under attack.
Heads up.
Hey Simon, the next time you act toxic, I'm gonna ban you. Simon. Understood?
On the hunt.
I'll stun and then you hook, okay?
Far the night.
Yeah, we don't like toxic pieces of shit in the stream, so
fuck.
You act toxic, I ban you. Very, very simple.
Maybe I don't know. I might have a play here. Go.
By starlight.
Never mind. It's one. Fuck.
On the prowl. Starlight.
The poison was on him the whole time, that's why I kept staying.
Good plan.
I mean, all things considered, Slade is going decent.
Far the night.
They're doing good bottom.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
I'm dead.
Dead in the water.
Oh, hello, Johnny.
I can't get the.
Hey, Johnny, you want to play
putting in
Pudge
this
in my
time.
game? I'm gonna play Techies in this next year. Oh, fucking piece of shit disruptor. Jesus.
Yes.
Jesus.
Salamene commands. Quickly now.
Let me kill top.
Let's go.
Go someone.
Maybe.
Just go. I have my ult. Just go.
I have only mana for one dagger. Go.
Holy moly, Pudge. You're about to die.
Stalking.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh shit! I didn't think you actually catch him. My bad.
Hey Simon, did you want to be a noob? Do you think anybody wants to be a noob? When I grow up, I want to be a noob. Are you fucking dumb, Simon? Yeah, he's pretty dumb.
Okay, we got
That was a rhetorical question.
I might have to run back and heal. Someone pop the shine, I guess.
Yeah, I think Simon's about to get
Black
banned
Hole's up now.
real soon.
Yes. What do you see?
For sniper to head back.
On the prowl.
I can't jump into that. That's a black hole.
Let's go.
He was gonna black hole, dude. And sniper's right there. We would have both died, I promise you.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We ride.
Your
I gotcha.
top tower is under attack.
Absolutely.
Are you gonna try and defend this tower? No, I guess.
Yeah.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Yeah, we could probably
we
kill
need.
this guy.
Well, sniper left.
Illuminating. Out of mana.
Your top
Opens
tower
up.
is falling.
By starlight. Stalking.
Yeah, we're all waiting for it, Kyle. You know it's about to come, right?
Got him.
This guy's about to get fucking shit on this
Your middle
second.
tower is under attack.
This.
On the
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enigma hit it med.
Quickly now. Let's go.
Oh, Jesus.
By starlight.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Illuminating. Stalking. Yes.
You stand there, Pudge.
What do you see?
Oh, maybe a little too early. I bet.
Light sees all. Yeah. Absolutely.
You bet a techies game, Kyle?
For night silver.
The dewatered Lord.
Good plan.
Oh, where's Morphling?
Let's
Morphling,
go.
there we go.
Yo, there's 3 top lane, huh?
Into battle. On the prowl. Attack.
These fuckers are just putting a lot of pressure top.
I am ready with Eclipse and TP.
Yeah.
But these 15-minute runes are almost up. But I can TP.
We ride. Incoming.
The enemy's middle tower.
Okay, I'm coming top right now. I'm coming.
I think that's okay.
Let's go.
Back hold down.
Stings.
Chasing, I'm coming.
Nice.
Oh, there's Enigma here too. I mean, Disruptor here too.
Come, Nova. Lunar light.
Get bake them away, toys.
Jump back. Get the tower. Get tower top.
I got mana boots. Come back, come back.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Thanks.
What do you see? Stalking. Yes. Another death. Quickly now.
Oh, you know what, Kyle? You might owe us a techies game. And it'll be the second techies game, right? Because we already have one queued up. So that wouldn't count for said techies game.
On the hunt.
Oh, and Johnny, are you gonna play Pudge for me?
Slice. Far the night. Heads up.
My Vlads. Thought I had it queued up.
Let's go.
Oops, ignore that.
Good plan. Crescent steel.
I just feel like we don't have late game fights, but if we win the late fights and get Luna to their base, we can take the base.
It's okay, we won't have
but
to.
The fighting part is going to be a problem.
What do you see?
Pudge for donation.
Morph has an eagle song. Ooh. That feels bad.
They will fear me. On the hunt. We ride.
Too many cores in this area.
By starlight. Stalking.
3 mid.
Yes.
Hide, they might come here. We still have Blitz. We can join that fight.
Okay, I've got
The
Eclipse.
night sees all.
To get a hook. One of these idiots.
Good plan. Salamene commands.
The push gone.
Let's go.
Regeneration.
Yes. Death approaches. Less will hurt. Yeah.
They're coming in here.
I'm running.
Yeah.
Quickly now.
No, Pudge. I want the farm. It's in first class in 15 minutes.
Testo's up. Hopefully that means I can blow someone up. Blow a sniper up.
Attack. Is that it?
Radiant structures are fortified.
For the night.
Careful mid, careful mid.
Who dare?
Oh shit, Pudge. I think you're dead. Alright, man. Jesus cannot save you.
Let's go. Here. Salamene command.
Oh, I'm coming. Hey, I can cut this guy off, Lena. I have clips too.
Quickly now. Absolutely.
I know, he has E-Blade.
Far the
Oh yeah, I died in less than a second. So that's...
20.
But he can do that to everyone on our team except maybe Pudge. That was part of why I said we need to take...
Stalking.
20-minute runs.
Starlight.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Warrior.
We saw each other.
Let's go.
Your middle tower has fallen.
A harvest moon.
I've got a smoke if we want to try and take this bottom.
We ride. Into battle. Into battle. On the prowl.
I just TP'd to bottom. I cannot TP right now.
Use all.
I am taking bottom, but I can.
I'm down here in case I jump you.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Hey! Come, Nova.
Your top tower is under attack.
Careful this area. Walk away if you can. PA, don't fight that. Okay.
Yeah.
Your top tower is under attack.
I can't go alone to top. Morph can kill me instantly. Oh, what are we doing?
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
What do you see?
Yeah, well, with how squishy we are, we should be doing the same so we're not giving duels away.
The night sees all. Try to run. Heads
God,
up.
dude.
Let's go.
I have another smoke on the way.
Illuminating.
Hey, you know what'd be a genius play? If we do Roshan right now, if you guys smoke with PA, like PA can walk in there, but if you guys, if PA and two others smoke in Roshan, you can take Roshan as they take bottom tier 2.
I think we fight him here.
I can't be there for 20 seconds.
On the hunt.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Quickly now.
Oh, look at this.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Good plan.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Attack. Yeah.
Sniper, get the sniper. Go, go, go.
Like, Morphling is just AFK farming and picking me off when he gets near me. Like, he's doing literally whatever he wants.
Because of the fucking Luna.
Has fallen.
Stalking.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die, aren't I? Oh my god.
Piercing eclipse. I go.
Oh.
There's like 4 of them up there. I don't think the 2 of you should be running in.
Holy shit. You know what in? Punch, somewhere.
I'm not close enough to do anything to help.
Oh shit. Okay, 2 for 1, 2 for 1. That was a pretty good play. Okay, that. I tell you, you're fucking terrible at Dota 2. How would that make you feel?
Now for payback. Absolutely.
How did I ruin this game?
Heads up.
Even if you disagree with my pick.
Yes.
Well, the pick was the problem.
We ride.
Still have
And
that
how am I
smoke.
playing like shit?
We haven't grouped up.
For Salamene.
Yes, PA desperately needs a BKB. She's working on it though.
I'm almost there.
25-minute runs.
This should make my life easier.
They just warded. I think they were trying to rush.
Let them. I don't think we can contest.
I think you guys can Roshan. Like if PA plus like 1 or 2 others smoke, just smoke into the pit. Like you can take it.
Slice.
They're in there right now.
For the night.
More things. Then look at these guys.
Quickly now.
Just go kill them. Go kill them.
Yeah.
Well, they've got 2 bottom and 1
Come
top.
on, man.
Starlight. What do you see?
I don't know why this is so much. Oh yeah, because I picked Luna.
Good plan.
Your bottom tower.
The luckiest crit on that game ever. Holy shit.
Taste my skill.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
On the prowl.
And Lina's toxic.
Almost got BKB.
Slice.
Can you guys do Roshan now?
Yeah, black hole is down.
Yeah, like PA just needs 1 person to go with him, and that person needs to be smoked when they go in.
The night sees all. Stalking.
Like they're gonna see me bottom, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, push bottom back," and then you guys take Roshan. It's very very easy. Trust me. There's more things too.
We ride.
Dang it.
On the hunt.
Smoked right under that.
Oh my god, he has vision over here, doesn't he?
Doesn't mean they know we're in here, but they know we're smoked.
Oh.
Well, Nappy might know because Pudge just walked in. Oh no, why? Why are you telling him we're here?
I think you guys Oh.
We need help, we need help.
He doesn't have black hole. Yeah, I think you guys back up now. Morphling should be coming. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, he's he looks like me.
Morphling is Luna. Get back, get back, get back.
Okay, I'm gonna TP to the shrine. I'm gonna have my eggs ult, and maybe we can contest. But you guys have to be ready. Like, I'm almost up. And I have a smoke. We can smoke it.
Roshan has fallen
Holy
into the ring.
shit.
Yes. For the night.
Hey Pudge, have you
Absolutely.
if Morphling goes on you, he has
On
weapons.
the hunt.
Get the regen,
By
please.
starlight. With pleasure.
Yep.
33, 16 inches. Thanks, Louis.
The night sees all.
What item do I need next?
The hunt.
Oh yeah, we're going refresher, boys.
Let's go.
And growth.
Yeah. Red moon. Yeah. You won't.
Oh, thanks, Dazzle.
What do you see?
Yeah, 30-minute runes are almost up. I can get the bottom ones by myself.
Yes.
I have enough vision here to probably do it without feeding. If you guys can get top, that'd be amazing.
Pudge is dead.
Never mind. Leave Pudge if you need to. I'm grabbing these runes bottom.
We lucent beam blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Invisibility.
Quickly.
Hey, whoever bought that tome, can I have it? My 18.
Or just TP'd.
No.
Illuminating. Absolutely. Stalking.
I thought you were getting the bottom runes.
Oh fuck. Oh, I thought I grabbed it. Oops. I'll grab it in a sec. Probably. Never mind.
Okay. Grab the enemy here.
Morphling got it already.
Let's go. Far the night. By starlight. Quickly
I
now.
really need this 18. It's so big. Caramid, Caramid! Kill, kill, kill! Morphling is gonna blast you.
Heads up.
Yo, I'm really, I really just want this 18.
Please pause, please pause.
Yes.
Why didn't I take the bounty? I forgot, guys. I just forgot.
If I were them, I'd be rotating onto you, Luna. Be careful.
Oh, for sure. I'm gonna finish these 2 range creeps, and then I'm gonna TP in the trees. Yeah, anyways, sometimes I'm just looking at the minimap the whole time.
What do you mean is counter, Pudge? Oh, meh. I think our best chance of winning is to win a fight, make them run, and just get Luna
Kyle,
to
that's
the
not
base.
backseat gaming. You can say like there is a range
But that
creep
means
here, right?
surviving the fight with at
But
least
that doesn't.
Luna
She's
and
not
maybe 2
implying
others,
anything.
which is going to be rough.
Actually, she is implying.
Especially
But, I mean,
if Morphling keeps targeting me and killing me within a second, so I can't keep anyone else alive.
Thank you. Good plan. On the hunt.
hey, get back from mid, okay? Get back from mid, please.
Attack. Here. Slice.
Yeah, no, they're gonna come and try to kill me. I'm getting out of here right now.
The night sees all.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I can't be up front.
Hey guys, I have
He
my
kills me too
clicks. I have
fast.
8. I have a lot of beams.
I'm here. I come in from behind. If you guys want to
I'm beaming. I'm beaming right now. Care. Not too far. Not too far. Not too far. Not too far.
Black hole, careful, black hole.
Oh, supports on both teams died. Lena. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, BKB's down. I can't fight.
We ride.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Lucent beam.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has
Jesus.
fallen.
Yes.
What did we even fortify on?
Your
I
middle
don't remember it being
barracks are
used.
under attack.
We ride.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
Absolutely. My fever breaks. Lunar light. Let's go. With pleasure.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
I should put my eggs all on
What do
here.
you see?
Your bottom shrine has fallen.
Stalking. Pia.
Hey PM, come. I'm coming.
Oh, no.
He has hurricane
Back,
pike.
There's no way you're killing him. Just get back. There's no way you're killing him. Get back.
Illuminating.
If Luna could have reached the queue, I think he would have died actually.
Get back. Get a glimmer cape on the castle.
I don't have time. Like, he kills me in less than a second, and the Glimmer Cape cast time is longer than that. Like, there's nothing, I have to just stand way back in the fights and let him do that to somebody else before I can get near.
Holy shit. Hey, Lena, go. I can put this on you.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Look at my fucking kid here. Look
Wow,
at
wow, 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 wow. You're fucking pussy, man. You French?
Nothing again, idiot.
Yes. Piercing light. Crescent steel. Fear. Good plan. Quickly now.
Must suck when you died to me 2v1 with your Morphling, right?
By starlight. The night sees all.
Don't fucking pick retarded heroes.
Oh, no, yeah, man. Okay, you're just a whiny bitch.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine has fallen.
Yes. On the prowl.
Oh, we lost, dude. I don't know how we can stop
plan.
this.
Let's go. Quickly now. The night sees all.
Your top tower has fallen.
Lunar light.
Hey, Lena, just go AFK in Fountain, man.
Fuck you, bitch.
No, man. Just go AFK in Fountain.
Let's go. On the hunt.
Your top barracks are under attack.
Salamene. This will hurt. Into battle. Heads up.
Dark light.
Illuminate him.
Oh, I can't be here.
Nice
This area is really dangerous.
Fire the night.
I need to put the eclipse on the PA.
Here. What do you see? For night silver. Stalking. Quickly now.
We need vision at Roshan, thanks.
On the prowl. Lunar light. The sky.
Thank you to fucking uninstall Dota 2.
Here.
That's excessive. Chill out.
He's playing Dota. It's okay, I'm
Hey man, hey, you said that you would AFK, right? So why don't you follow up with what you said and go AFK?
Illuminate him.
Or you just a whiny bitch? You just whining, right?
Let's go.
He's playing better than you.
That's what I thought. You just talk, man. You just fucking talk. You said you're gonna go AFK, but you're just talking.
What do you see?
I don't want him to go AFK.
I don't want him either, but you know, I just. Hey, PM, I need you here. I'm gonna put this on you. Like they're just gonna hit this Rax right now.
Fire the night.
Yeah, no, he's just gonna run up to that Rax and he's gonna hit it. I have to put this on you right now. Can you jump him? Bye back, PA.
I don't have BKB. You gotta kill Sniper. You can't go on Morphling first.
Nice try.
Morphling's doing really well, but if Sniper just stands back and attacks, it doesn't matter. Our draft can win, definitely. But it doesn't matter. We didn't win the draft, but our lineup could end.
Hey, Lena, let me ask you a question, Lena. Who's more toxic, me or you? The answer's him. Fucking whiny ass bitch. Very toxic player. Lena, I reported you for comments abuse with the comments. Yeah, like I said. Do you think anyone cares you're trying hard? Oh yeah, Techie's game. Oh, Johnny, Johnny, you here? Oh yeah, some of you guys want to see my MMR, right? 2.9k. Yeah, I think that Alina is Indian. Was that crackling noise in the background? I think there's a fire behind you. You probably saw a friend request from fake Lulu-chan. You didn't enjoy it, Liger? Oh, did you just show up here? Just now, I mean? I was asking you earlier, I was like, what kind of Luna preference did you have? I think you didn't say anything, right? Hey Lulu, that's a fake Lulu, right? Yeah, no, I figured you wouldn't make an account like that, Lulu. Holy shit, I mean... So these guys are blaming me, right? Look at this Lina, he's like, 300 GPM motherfucker. I see a PA that has less farm than our Pudge. Where's this guy? Is he still here? Dr. Reaper? Hey Lina, you still here? I want to trash talk this guy some more. Wanna blame me, man? Look at the numbers a little more closely. Then ask yourself if you're not a toxic piece of shit. I don't think he's gonna read it, but I hope he does. Yeah, this PA, like, he has 300 GPM, dude. Like, that's a little sad, man. And he did 11,000 hero damage. That's just appalling to me, you know, like, okay, this PA has less farm than Pudge, does 11,000 hero damage as the safe lane carry. Oh, but I get all the lane? You're a fucking piece of shit, Lina. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? English only, thanks.
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining.
Hello.
What's up?
Holy spammy? You spamming?
Oh, I forgot I'm still not on push to talk anymore.
Right.
This guy wants to steal my Pudge.
Your turn to pick.
Fucker.
Your turn to pick.
I'm gonna go back to push to talk.
Remaining.
Hello, Genji.
5 seconds remaining.
Hello, Logan. Hi, Lupus. Hey, Kyle, you're the one who donated for the Techies game, right? The first Techies game.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Why do I have a fire in the background? Because it's cold, man. I'm playing techies. Right, okay. Well, here you go. Hey Kyle, that's my secret. I always get the 250 damage talent.
Your turn to pick.
Oh, you know what? I can go proximity mines first. We used to do that thing. Alright, we're gonna... Johnny, you there? Hey June, English only, okay? I'm only gonna tell you that once. English only. Hi Kanjut. Hey Johnny! This guy's fucking AFK. Hey Johnny. I'm gonna go proximity mines. We're gonna do the hook thingy. Okay?
Okay.
Hello, Agung. Where's this background music coming from? Oh, from? From World of Warcraft.
Are you 4 or am I 4?
I'm 3. Come on, man. Let's go rush to these trees. Come on.
It's in the bag.
We gotta be sneaky.
Hook, line, and sinker.
Actually, you're the one that needs to go first.
Science.
Fuck, he's on us.
Like a tree.
30 seconds to battle.
The Sentimage's name is Bottomson.
Got him.
Well, I believe he won't be joining us for the rune.
Come here.
Probably not. Where's the support?
I don't know, but you grab this one.
I will.
Yo, we can kill. Yeah, I see you have hook and 5.
I have hook and 5. I have a mango.
Take your time. Oh my god. I think if you just cycle down and take your time, you would have got him.
Yeah, I kinda just lagged when I hit mango.
Off we go.
We're going.
Jeez. That way.
Don't hook. It's he's just gonna walk away.
No, not mana.
Snake it right out of your mouth.
Denied. Excuse us.
Which one do I go for? Ah! Oh, they know how to pull. English only. CSAC, let that be the last time I tell you that, okay? I had to give you a warning before. Nah, I don't want to pursue this. Oh, yeah, I don't want to pursue this.
You keep.
Come on!
Science!
Please stop saying that. Catch!
He has to go back to base on Viper left mid for that, so
okay.
It's good enough for me.
Let's go.
Up we go!
I'm gonna kill myself. Okay. One sec.
You know, there's places that can help with that.
No,
You
I
have a
just
lot to
can't
live.
take it anymore. I just can't do this.
At least
I
blow
just-
up all
I
over
don't wanna do
the
this.
Warlock.
I don't wanna do this.
He's mine.
Let's go!
This guy actually knows how to pull, huh?
What? You sure?
Oh, he screwed himself. Oh, wow. Hey, the runes? Can you grab the runes, please? Wow, he outplayed us. Come on, Johnny. You gotta get on top of these hooks.
I thought you would grab the bounty.
I tried.
Denied.
Let's go!
What was that?
I didn't see anything.
Yeah, this guy pulls every time. You should buy a ward.
Hey, punch!
Give us a hand! Cook for dinner.
There you go. Nice.
You
Oh,
sure?
he's mana void. Dude, he's level 6 at level 6. Jesus.
They're on it.
Might be able to save you. Oh
Shit.
shit. I think I got him.
I thought I would have gotten that. Oh, you got it. Okay, good enough.
This is gonna be fun.
Motherfucker.
We're going.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I think I was dead.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, we cannot let this guy continuously pull like that.
Your top tower is under attack.
Excuse me.
Damn, that's a nice dodge.
No, he just passed him a tango.
Landed.
Wasn't even a dodge. Erg! It's just good to. Ah.
No.
No, he sees me. They have war here too.
Hey Mark, can you stop backseat gaming for once? That's all you ever do in the stream, dude. You come here, you make demands, and you start backseat gaming. Just stop, dude. You don't understand what that means? God help you. See you later, Donnie. Oh, that would have been good.
Science.
Here.
Missing top.
Okay, there is.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Holy shit. A Viper said like 5%? Do you understand?
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
You sure?
Quit arguing.
No, what we're telling you is to just stop, Mark. You stop. You understand that? I don't care what you're trying to do, man. You just stop, okay? I don't care about your intentions. I don't care about any of that. You just stop, man.
Come here.
Wait, sniper down here.
Here goes nothing.
Mine in place.
Yes.
Hey B-Dell, I'm gonna ban you next, okay man? You think it's so funny. Would you like a ban, B-Dell? Let me know, okay man? So what, Mark, what you're saying is that you know that you're not better than me right now, but you think that in the future you definitely will be. Okay.
Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Man, some of you guys are really annoying people.
I think it's time to get out.
Yep, I'm good.
I live.
Regeneration.
Really funny, right, man? Jesus Christ, these kids.
Just beautiful. Let's go.
Set.
Good little bar. Here's some more. We got it.
Up we go.
That way. Excuse us.
Oh, nice kill.
This will come in handy. Huh?
What?
Ow.
Huh?
What?
Hey Corey, I think I might have to ban you too. So somebody just made a comment like that, and we were told him not to do that, something like that. So you make the same comment, Corey. Yeah, you're. Corey, you're this close to getting banned too, man.
We're going.
I mean, it's up to you guys if you want to have the ability to talk in the stream at all, right? Let me know if you don't want to have the ability to talk. Hey Vincentius, this is from World of Warcraft. It's okay, Corey. Just try not to make comments like that. And it's not that I particularly dislike that comment in particular. It's just that a person who is really annoying just made that exact comment after a series of being reminded not to break the chat rules, and he made that pretty much exact same comment, and then you, like literally 2 minutes later, the same comment. Sounds good, Mark. Just follow the chat rules, guys. This is really not that hard.
There's an Earth Spirit here.
Okay.
Let's go.
They can have a mine or two. I think I should be able to kill him.
Yeah, here, let's do this. You can... I have my... If you... Even the Viper, like, if you can hook him out... Or just suicide, maybe. My blue bot is not... Oh yeah, I forgot to turn on my... The chat bot. Okay, it's coming online now. You're welcome, Alex. Mark, what you said just doesn't make any sense. You have some grammar problems. Oh. Yeah, I think if you just wait, he'll probably push the next wave as well, so... Maybe you can hook him when he's right around here, maybe? Oh wait, there's creep wave protecting him. Yeah, maybe you just be patient. I think he'll back off after that, and I'll give you vision.
Let's go. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh shit.
Would have been out of range if I waited.
Hey Silvio, my day's going right. How are you? What sniper wants this farm?
Oops, I accidentally bought something. I didn't even notice. Would have had my blink by now.
You know, I think I actually don't like the green boots on Pudge anymore.
I still like it, it's pretty good. The extra move speed helps a lot too.
You know, it can be pretty good, because, I mean, if you're gonna run around rotting a lot, it's good. But I do find going Arcane Boots into Ether Lens, Flesh Sheep generally gives me enough regen. And then with the Arcane Boots, you have pretty much unlimited mana, and you could just dismember Creeps for HP. That's what I find.
Usually a Raindrop is good enough for mana for me. Raindrop or Urn if I feel like I'm needing it. But we have a CM, so I didn't feel a need to go Arcane. Of course CM's dead, but when she's alive, I don't need it. Ooh, a Vizard.
Aw, just look at it.
God damn it, anti-fun.
Just so.
Oh, Ranger, come here.
Yes.
Yeah, some of you guys watch me a lot. It's actually great. It's great that you guys like to watch me so much.
So many pauses.
No, in fact, I can't even fathom why you guys like to watch me so much. Some of you guys. I'm like, that is a lot of time. And honestly, I thank you for it. Viper's TPing top. Viper top.
And set.
Lose nothing.
Your top tower is under attack.
Let's go.
Oh shit! Are you sure you want to do that?
We're going.
Your top tower is under attack.
Unstoppable.
It's gonna be fun.
That's it.
Meat on the table. Chop it up.
Oh my god, my sniper left me.
Good job, sniper.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Aren't you the Divine 7 player? Mark, you said you're either Divine 7 or you're Mortal, right?
Attack. Dire structures are fortified.
This will come in handy.
Oh, what the? He silenced me. Oh my god.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your
I'm coming.
Minus try for who? Actually, let's get Yule's first. Oh, I thank you, Lulu. What a nice thing to say.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Good plan.
Illusion.
Wait, this is only level 1 lines. Oh, geez. Oh, it's level 12 by now.
Sit and watch.
What was that?
I didn't see anything.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Who's it gonna get on mine? Up we go!
Planted. That's a good little mine.
I can't remember which. I have a level 1. A single level 1 mine, and then 3. So 1800. 100. 2250. So 2250.
4,000 was place, holy crap.
2250.
Yes.
Yo, Crystal Maid! Oh man.
Oh man, you should have warned me. I would have just jumped in.
Quit arguing.
I'm gonna jump this guy. Oh, I almost survived it.
Holy tank.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Hyper and Earth Spirit.
The scales balanced.
Are we alive or dead?
Let's find out.
That you once, cut you twice.
All supplies become lighter.
Sucker.
Landed.
We're not ready.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Here we go.
Whee!
Set. We got it.
Hope this works. Off we go.
He's dead.
Off we go. Good plan. Landed.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We're going.
Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower has fallen.
You don't want to fight this. I get that one though.
Loading with ideas.
I'm dead. Santimage is about to have Abyssal within the next 3 to 4 minutes. That is a little scary. That sniper's farm. Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, I guess he's got 2,000 gold in the bank on top of this, so not too terrible. Star Exclusive Ridge. Oh, dude, come on. No. Oh, God, he's dead.
Just for you.
That Anti-Mage is pretty farmed.
Yeah, he is.
Marcelaka only has one item.
That's bad.
Mine in case.
That is also bad.
You sure?
Quit arguing.
And set. Woohoo!
Hope this works.
bottom tower is under attack.
Wow, instant bash. Twice.
That's bad.
Let's go. Aw, just look at it.
And Slark just dying.
What was that?
I didn't see anything.
Science.
Let's
Your middle
It's gonna be
tower
fun
is
when they
under
try to
attack.
do Roshan. Unless they buy Sentry, that would happen.
This Viper's 21 to our Sniper's 19.
I'm coming.
You fucking kidding me?
Thou art dead.
Shit.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
He's gonna blink on you. Oh, buddy.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Samin's got this shit.
I think so. Who keeps talking?
Oh, come on, Anthony's going there. Is that real? I can't tell. Maybe he's just beating me.
You sure?
Is this a ranked game? I can't remember.
Yes.
Planted.
Oh, you guys
You
ready
got
for
the
some shit?
anti-mage? Hold on, I'm
don't
jumping
scare
in.
I can't see your breath anymore.
I suppose I should help him take it.
Set.
I forgot the order in which you put the items down.
Granted.
Forgot that again.
Immortality.
Yeah, you know what, let's make Anthony try that. We got some creeps coming.
Planted.
The enemy's middle tower.
Hope this works.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
You think you fool me?
This Sven's so quiet now, right? Isn't that funny?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I think we might be able to end it. Might be able to end it.
I think so too.
The enemy's middle tower.
Yeah, I can blow this shit up. Hutch.
Man, that anti-mage.
Oh shit. Oh fuck, now it's my turn to be quiet. I think I have mines all over the place, stopping them from actually pushing anywhere.
Maybe I should get Crimson too.
Oh wait, we have more here. Come on, Viper. Come on. Come on. Is that within range?
Thou payest dear.
I fucking love techies. Hey, care selector.
Yes. Like a tree.
This will come in handy. Huh?
What?
How long do these mines last? 10 fucking minutes? Easy vision.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
This is a good little mine. Yes, you are.
Oh, my horse is dying.
Hope this works. Yes.
Fuck, they might see me over here. This is scary.
Let's go.
No more push. Just like that. No, they can't even take it.
You sure?
Quit arguing. Nice.
No, I thought they had creeps.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Chucky! What the fuck's wrong with those guys? Don't glyph.
Well, they're taking it.
Picture doesn't matter.
Tower has fallen.
Ah, they're coming for me.
They smoked, by the way.
We're going.
Please.
Wait, I have enough for. I have enough for shifting.
There's a good little mine.
What was that?
I didn't see anything. It's not time yet.
Oh boy.
Here goes nothing. Scythe of Vice. There's a good little mine.
Oh.
Yes. Here we go. Let's go.
Oh, I don't even remember when we took mid, to be honest with you guys.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
So beautiful. Set.
Off with
Hope this works.
Not yet. That way. Land it. Come on.
Sneaky.
Just beautiful.
You excited for this 25, Kyle? I think I'm gonna build Mjolnir next. Funny enough.
The enemy's bottom shrine.
Yeah, I have shit tons of remote mines at this Roshan. So the next Roshan is
Rune and 10.
pretty much guaranteed ours.
Science.
This'll come in handy.
It's not time yet. Invisibility.
This will come in handy.
Land it.
We're going.
Jeez.
We need a right-clicking core to be here if we want to try.
Yes.
Well, I'm just gonna farm my heart.
They're on it.
Wait, the minefield only lasts for 3 minutes? Oh, okay. I thought it lasted for longer than that. Oops. Oh shit. Viper's tired of my shit, guys.
Here goes nothing. This is gonna be fun.
This is a good little mine. Yes, you are.
Your top tower is under attack.
Good plan.
And set.
Your top tower has fallen.
Trap is set.
Oh, Roche is up.
Just beautiful.
Careful.
It's great.
That was fun.
Wait for the drum!
Yes, dear.
I'm so fucking annoying!
Oh, I think that's game.
GG. Yeah. Oh, they're fucking Kim! Motherfucker! We don't fucking go!
I shall spell an end to all evil.
Shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. I want this haste.
Haste!
You sure?
Where are
Still got the gem, huh?
Let's go.
Alright, we'll go around.
Let's go.
What the heck?
Roshan has fallen into the ring.
Oh.
Who's up in there mine? Sit and watch.
Off we go.
Oh. I'm okay with that. Hey, it's okay. Like, I have mines mid that they can't push down mid either way. They just don't die, okay? Like, they can't hit the buildings. They can't. You don't have to risk your life.
Wow, anti-mage ate that cheese really. No buyback on anti-mage. Wow, that's game for sure.
Alright.
Anti-mage Viper, no buyback.
Yeah, good job. Good job, guys. Doesn't matter.
Set. Here goes nothing.
Fuck, I missed.
Hey Johnny, you see this Sven?
Yes, I do.
Nice. What hero was I playing after this game? That's satisfying, man. Oh, second most farmed hero in this game. Oh yeah. Was there another donation? Cannot recall. Hey Johnny, I'm gonna be back in 1 minute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Let me know if there was another donation game. I can't remember. Otherwise, we'll do a hero pull, okay, guys? That was really satisfying to play. Oh yeah, Elfin here? Elfin, Hey Elfin. Hey Elfin, are you here? Cause I know I owe you a Shadow Shaman game. Alright, I remember now. Thanks, Lulu. Elfin Meta, are you here? I am ready for your Shadow Shaman game. Okay. Well, it says he's in the chat, but a lot of people just AFK. So we're gonna, unless he comes back, we're gonna do a hero pull. Hold on. All right, let's do hero pull, guys. 1 sec. So earlier I wanted Mars, I wanted Treant, I wanted Venomancer. I've been meaning to practice some Doom actually, and non-specified position Doom. Like, it might be roaming Doom, it might be core Doom. I haven't really thought about it. I don't mind either. Kind of want Doom to win. Let's see here. No, I don't really need practice with Ricky. I've played lots of Ricky. Poll has not even started yet. Oh yeah, you should get some sleep, man. Glad you enjoyed the stream today, dude. Hope you enjoyed your Techies game. No puck. Also, don't spam. Okay. Okay, we're gonna Techies this. I don't think Techies is gonna win, but I really enjoyed playing Techies that last game, so we're gonna add Techies again to this poll. Yeah, I think these are gonna be the 5 heroes that you can vote on. Okay. Okay. Polling start. Guys, I didn't start the poll yet, but now the poll started. Now you can vote. Okay, don't fucking put on your condom before the girl has decided that she wants to sleep with you. Jesus. No. These are the heroes, guys. To vote, you have to type in !vote space and then the number. That is the only way to vote, and you can only vote once. Do not spam in the chat, please. Thank you. You have a condom on 24/7? No, you don't. How do you pee? There's a hole in the condom. That seems like a waste of a condom.
Smoke weed every day.
Okay, so here's what the poll looks like, guys. So 12 of you guys have voted for Doom. Creant's in second place, surprisingly. Actually, Trent's getting really close to Doom. Venomancer has 0 chance. I mean, Techies has a really small chance. Mars probably has no chance, but it's looking like a battle between Doom and Treant. So I would recommend voting either 3 for Doom or 1 for Treant, guys. Do I not wear a condom when I play Dota? I like to live life on the edge. Yeah, I'm a safe laner. That's right. Oh wait, no, I just contradicted myself. Oh, I'm more of an off laner, I guess. Doom's winning, guys. And the game is about to start, so you guys have only a few seconds left to vote on this hero. This song's too silly. Hey Kyle, I thought you were going to bed. Yeah, sometimes I play Ricky. Coffee? Yeah, oh yeah, Alberto, I got my coffee right here. Want to see me playing Treant? Hey, you could always donate to see it. Alright, Freddy, I'm good, how are you? Need to get your vote in? Right. What was this poll? Oh, actually, Treant and Doom kind of close. Yeah, it's kind of close. So, I mean, there's still a chance for Treant. You lose all that stuff living in China. Oh, burn for the Chinese country and community. That's racist. Indonesian coffee is delicious, is it? I've never tried it. Okay, yeah, I think Doom's gonna take the poll, huh? Yeah, probably play Doom.
Hey guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Your turn to ban.
Oh, we are playing
5 seconds
rank.
remaining.
Can celebrate my party.
Yeah.
Your turn to pick.
Oh, these Crusaders. It's okay, I'll let them carry.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, why are you up so late, Kyle? Hey, Johnny, do you have anything planned for the rest of the evening?
Sit here. Play stuff.
Okay, that sounds great, man. Cause yeah, I have lots of time this evening, so we can play
Nice.
Overcooked.
Nice.
Your turn to pick.
I was playing with Jennifer earlier and I kept pushing her off the edge.
That sounds like you.
Unintentionally, of course. Completely unintentionally.
Your turn to pick.
Glad you enjoyed the stream so much, Kyle. It is a bit addictive, isn't it? Sometimes I watch my own stream, I'm like, that's funny. Yeah, that's cool. But mostly I watch my own stream just to see if there's anything that I can improve, generally. You just lost a real tilter. So you were in a game and toxic teammates slash enemies. Shot guy. Happens to all of us, man. Sorry that happened to you in that game. Yeah, I noticed that, the Raj. You're here every day for hours. Hours. Man. Thank you. Can I get a word, Lulu?
Yep.
Thanks. What the fuck? You just picked Spectre. So Lifestealer has to be offlane then. Which is better, Crusader or Guardian?
Guardian, I think.
Oh.
Right? Yeah,
No,
Guardian, right?
Crusader is better than Guardian. Guardian is the second one.
Oh.
Oh, dude, he just screwed his team so bad. Wow.
Wow, this will be a fun off. Maybe I should over Venom.
Hey, Ali, yeah, I'm boosting my own account, aka just playing normally. Changed Doom a lot recently.
It's in the bag. I am the midnight of your soul.
100 damage for level 1, it's a lot actually.
Yes.
Yeah, Ali, I don't play with people I don't know, man, and I don't know a single thing about you. I only play with people I really know well. And I'm also looking for the purple Satyr creep. See you later, Kyle.
Damnation come. The inferno rages.
30 seconds.
If you move,
to
if
battle.
you... Oh, never mind.
Fire spreads.
Yeah, watch the line's positioning. We'll see his word. Did he just say that he knows where our word is?
Soul eater hunger.
Oh, they have 3 here. Let's back it up.
Yes. The ground.
So, Spectre's the offlaner. What the fuck?
Well, that'll be even more fun.
The battle begins.
Oh, got it.
Back it up, back it up.
Yep.
Slice your throat. The ground burns.
No, we got three runes.
Yes.
Yeah. All theirs.
Bring it.
Oh, nice.
Last of my kind, but first this.
The fire spreads. Till damnation come. Denied. Upon my horns I adore thee. I am the midnight of your soul.
Oh my god. Actually, no. I thought they were like Guardian Crusader or something like that. I don't know. They don't give a shit, man. Just put the ward down. They don't care.
On the top. Or two of them
The inferno rages. Burning steel. Handsome devil, aren't I? Yes. Ground burns. Attack. Damnation come. The fire spreads.
I think these guys are the 3-stack to counter us.
Rages.
Oh, you do. Oh man.
What the hell is Spectre? Let me know if you need my help. It's
Rise from the flame.
Wait.
Yes. Withdraw. I am the midnight of your soul. Slash and burn. By the fires of the pit. Bring it. Attack. The Soul Eater hungers. Yes. Hell's on earth. Attack. The chips fall. The Soul Eater hungers.
Flames will spread thrice.
Yes.
5-minute runes. 5-minute runes. Thanks.
I am the Hell's on earth.
Oh, he died.
Like hell.
Inspector is so bad.
I'll take that.
He's an Offlane Spectre. Solo Offlane Spectre. There's not really much he should be able to do.
Dues paid. The ground burns. Defilement.
What the fuck?
He's dead.
Dead. He's dead.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He's dead.
He dead. He dead.
He dead too.
Dead. You wanna run that shrine?
Nice.
Alright, I'm gonna finish these two creeps in the shrine.
I do not want to shine. You shine. I'll take your farm.
Okay.
Yes. Hell's on earth.
I'm 30 years old. Yep.
The ground
That's right. Oh yeah, that's the creep I wanted.
with sword of flame.
Hadouken!
Rages.
So I've got an unholy aura. We can stay in this lane for a very long time.
I have mana boots.
Double damage empowers me.
The Soul Eater.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Now I wish I had Caustic. I'm gonna stun once more before I do the boots. Actually, never mind.
Okay.
Well, they left the lane.
Upon my horse, I adore thee.
Right.
Nice, yes.
I'm at your shoulder.
You hit him once, I have stun.
Yeah, I gotta fight this guy. Hadouken!
Easy.
Yes.
Wait, I need your unholiness.
Yes, unholiness here.
The Soul Eater hungers.
Wow, they really did leave the lane.
Yep. Of invisibility.
Yeah, I'm regenerating 22 HP per second. How are they gonna kill me? I have good.
The ground burns.
We're higher level than Invoker.
Rages.
Yo, once he, I'm gonna do him in a second.
Ravage. Watch out for left here. I have stun in too.
One of these creeps.
I have stun.
Okay.
Defilement. I am the midnight of your soul.
5 seconds.
I'm like almost like full HP, okay?
Yeah.
Yep. Hadouken! Eat this creep. He's still alive, huh?
Fucking cold snap.
Fucking! Oh no. Hadouken! Hadouken! Oh no! I missed.
Okay.
Damn it. Hadouken.
What a shame. Midas! Midas! Okay.
Oh no, my wand was on cooldown. Fuck. Oh, man, I cast the Hadouken, but then the cold snap canceled my animation.
Yeah. Cold snap stopped my attack animation too. Free farm mid.
Bent on revenge. With sword of flame. I'm at your shoulder. Yes. Unstoppable. Fire spreads. Slash and burn. I am the midnight of your soul.
Man, they have 4 level 6s and Spectre's level 4.
This game is over.
Too much.
Oh, someone's trying to kill me.
Dragon and I are coming.
It's not time yet.
I have ult.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Enough.
Oh, but I doomed the Lifestealer. He's still here.
Taste the flame. Monster kill.
Nice.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Thanks.
Almighty money. Hell's on earth.
Kill Lifestealer, Ember's here.
Come taste the flame. Ha-ha.
We have another searing chains in 2 seconds.
Discover what lies beyond. By the fires of the pit. Upon my horns I'll door thee. Defilement.
Yeah, too far.
Attack. Slice yours.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Wow.
Too short.
Burning steel. Yes. The service is rendered. The ground burns.
Wow, Lulu beat the Lifestealer.
Oh yeah.
Lulu's the real
Game
carry.
is way too easy, even for me.
Wow.
Judge
No,
just
they
Omni
have
slashed the
a
creeps.
ward up there. So you, you're not sentry.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yep. Ow, stop it, bitch. You, gonna D-word that, Lulu?
Yep.
What? But all the fun's down here. Why would you leave us?
Hey, you guys got the tower. I know you do. I don't need.
Yeah,
to
but
do
they're
that.
gonna
It's
come
a
back.
bot.
It's fine.
Nah, no, I don't think they're coming back. Top is the new bottom, you know.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, in that case.
Defilement.
15-minute runes. 15
Look,
minute
they came
runes.
back.
Oh shit.
Lulu Chan's just too scrumptious. Damn it, Lulu Chan.
I didn't die. I was feeling like this game is scoring if I don't die.
Ah, I see.
Yep.
Damnation come. My sword flares. Yes. Monster kill.
You know, I just got the Scorched Earth talent, but I don't even have Scorched Earth. That don't make sense. You dead, Life Stealer? You dead, motherfucker? Don't deny, please. There we go.
The fire spreads.
Oh look, I'm almost full HP again.
Oh look, I'm almost full mana again.
I think I can go for Radiance, guys. Might as well, right?
The enemy's top tower.
I'm so fucking rich, dude.
Yes. The ground burns. I am the midnight of your soul.
You got Maledict?
Yeah.
Okay, coconut.
Damnation come.
I thought he was turning my way.
The fire spreads.
Whoops, I thought I walked in front. Don't ward that, we don't need that. They're just gonna de-ward it.
The soul eater hungers.
Yeah, ward their base.
Hell's honor. Not yet. Oh, yes.
Oh shit.
I got meatballed. Oops.
As hot as hell.
Oh, this is what I wanted. Oh, I want that wolf. I want to do damages.
I just need to epi 2 people. 6 more times.
Come taste the flame. With sword of flame.
Oh,
Did Sand King just say I won't stand for this? Fun.
That was hard to go. Man, I knew this Spectre screwed their game. I knew it. Oh shit. Oh yeah, you better run.
He has
you
no
fuck.
finger.
Oh great.
But you're dead anyway.
Oh man.
But he has no finger.
Oh great. You know what? I'm gonna buy a fucking dust for you, Invoker. No problem.
I'll take that.
I'll take your tribute.
Never refuse gold given.
Yes.
Am I off lane? Yes, I am off lane.
I'm at your shoulder. Damnation come. Slash and burn. The inferno rages. The fire spreads.
Meat map.
Radiant structures are fortified.
What the? What? Oh, did you get cancelled?
Yeah, he silenced me.
Oh.
Okay.
Lulu Chan just went.
They used a lot on me.
Perhaps I should have sandstormed first. I didn't know
Yash.
Crusaders could be smart.
Sanjin Yash. Oh shit.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh,
No, he sees me.
Oh man, they're powerful in numbers, you know.
Your spirit.
You know, our team, we just really don't give a shit anymore. Wow, first hit bash. The janitor crew.
Man, that's one rich Spectre.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Our time is level 21.
Hell's on earth. Dominating. Oni. Yes. The Soul Eater hungers. The flame burns brighter. The fire spreads. Defilement. I'm at your shoulder. Yes.
Let's get back. Let's get back. The Ember and the Juggernaut just, you know.
I just want to ult people.
Your top tower is under attack.
Bring it.
There's a DD top.
Attack. I am the midnight of your soul.
Watch out, they have strength in numbers.
I'm revealed. He sees me.
Shit.
Whatever will I do?
I don't know, but Jug's pushing bottom, so we push something.
Well, I have my ult and I just want to ult people. Preferably more than 2 people at once.
I am the midnight of your soul.
Jug's going ham. He's going ham indeed. Ember's going ham too. Haven't done anything.
Not
I'm just
able to
running
ult.
around in circles. What a great
He silenced me again.
Oh yeah, it was the silence. Mm-hmm.
He did. I was about to stun in, but I got silenced before I could stun.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Yes.
I just need to hold 4 more times. Oh man, that Spectre ult hurt.
Oh, I have my Ascension Yash already. Should go pick it up.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Attack.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
You die! You die!
My soul hunger grows.
You die!
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Peace here. The fire.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Sword of flame.
Damn, our Ember and our Jug are so good. Jug hasn't even died.
Oh yeah.
I have an infinite number of more deaths than he does.
Holy shit.
The soul eater hunger.
Oh, the pack leader's aura doesn't give crit anymore? Jesus. Oh my god.
No, it's too OP.
Oh man.
That was one easy game.
Oh my god, the Spectre. Oh. Wow, man. That Spectre pick? And the line of the Earth Spirit, they weren't even partied with the Lifestealer. And they were down with that shit. Or maybe he just kind of surprise Spectred them all. Wow.
Who knows what Guardians think? Maybe they just wanted to have fun and play whatever they want, thinking it'd still be an easy.
Oh, I have one more party game for party calibration.
I need to drop MMR again on this account. Winning too many party games.
Had almost as much farm as the Invoker, who had the most farm in their team.
Or is that right? Damn.
That is
how right.
bad they did. And he had Midas.
This is my record for today. Oh yeah, hero request, huh? Nah, I'm too lazy. I just want to play one more game real quick and get out of here. Sorry, guys. Blue Chan is... I think she's Guardian. Yeah, she's Guardian like 2 or something like that. There you go. See? You guys know what the difference between Immortal 1 and Top 10? In terms of the cosmetic differences? I've been looking at the two medals and I cannot tell them apart at all.
I'm pretty sure it's just the wings are more black and the hilt on the sword is a little shinier.
To me, they look exactly the same.
They look exactly the same to me. Does anybody know the difference between those two metals? I cannot see it.
I don't think there's a difference.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
Yeah, besides the number, Robert. Oracle for donation?
Your turn to pick.
Top 10 looks a little darker. I am not seeing it. Maybe we'll play an Invoker game before
Johnny,
the end
you
of
have
the day.
to play 3.
What? Oh, okay. Do you want to play Coddle?
Me?
Yes.
I only played Coddle like 2 times.
It's okay, all you do is get your chakra magic and do nothing but keeping chakra magic.
Okay.
Actually, let's see who we're against first. But yeah, chakra magic and just give me chakra magic. Oh, there's an ancient on their team, huh?
Glad you like the pick, Job.
Maybe I should do someone serious if there's an ancient and a legend.
Oh, they have an ancient. Shit. Shit. Oh, fuck. Fuck.
Okay, maybe not Coddle. Oh, man. I guess I gotta be somewhat serious.
Danny, how old are you?
Depending on who they pick, you may just be able to try lane bottom and rape the offlaner a lot. There's Ursa and Rasta.
Your turn to pick.
Oh, they picked Lion.
What the heck are their lanes?
They're Crystal Maiden.
Is Crystal Maiden? Do you want Crystal Maiden?
Your turn to pick.
Hi, Lias.
I don't know who to be. I hate facing Lion.
Hide.
Nah.
Okay. I guess Pink's gonna play mid. Or is he?
Probably.
They have a legend through there. Isn't legend like the one right below ancient?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe actually Kung Fu just go mid.
Yep, I think Kuka's going mid.
Hello, AJ. Invoker or Storm Spirit? Hey, Putra, I don't understand your question. What do you mean, Invoker or Storm Spirit? How the best? I still don't understand your question.
Draw my concentration. This is definitely in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
Hey AJ, I'm tired. Hey man, if I look tired, can you just not point that out? Thanks.
Is Crystal Nova better though?
Slow tends to be better because it lasts longer. Unless you have someone who can chain stuns with you.
Yeah.
Which you don't.
Thanks, AJ.
Plus it does
Vinit.
more damage and has better AoE.
Alright, I didn't know you're here, Vinit. Yeah, Matt, sometimes I do practice Invoker on my Smurf. You have to play all the heroes if you want to understand the game, you know? Oh, I don't want to wait for this shit. God damn. But it is a ranked game. Okay, he's back. Wow.
Avowedly. Exort Trisolar.
If they're stay top, it might be
Oh
better
my
for you
god,
to
what a
just go
fucking
bottom.
noob.
Away hence.
For me?
Yes. Because if they're stay top, I'm just gonna invis
What a
one.
fucking noob.
Harlex
Oh, Lucha's here.
incineration.
Lion's bottom.
Thither I go.
I wonder if he realizes that I win.
Tis tedious.
The battle begins.
So begins a new age.
No! I got
Oh my god!
gaze! He got gaze level 1. Ugh.
Yeah, that was, I did not expect that as well.
Man, that last hit would have killed him too.
Wah wah.
What a smart guy. Actually, I think if he got nuke, I would have died much earlier.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure that's a terrible skill you had level 1.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whatever.
What can he do with it now?
Over yon. Orbs light my path.
Look how much better that blast is. You took PL down to half already.
Yes.
What the? How'd I?
With unerring proficiency. With speed. Thus and so.
What the? It still hit me? How?
Elementals. I am a beacon of knowledge, blazing out across a black sea of ignorance. I am committed.
Jesus.
My illustrious. This bores me. Forthwith.
Man, that's so annoying.
Of course. Such tedium.
If you could try to hit both Lich and PL with your Nova, that'd be even better.
Yeah, I tried, but
My life.
they actually try to stay away.
I proceed. My mind is my arcade.
Oh shit.
Concentration. Exhort Trionis. Thus and so. Away hence. Orbs light my path. I'm well aware of it. I proceed. Spirit, as needs be. A small annihilation.
Gotcha.
You're not really that tanky.
Yeah.
A charming hex.
They're just gonna go after you, so you should just.
Oh wait, there's DD here too. Hey, I'm coming bottom with invisibility and double damage.
You got Sunstrike ability?
Wait, no, not right now.
Never mind, too late.
The learned one strikes.
Kunkka's TPing, TPing bottom.
They rue the day they crossed me. This boy brought a great mystery. Khan's most cunning fabrications.
5 minute ruins, ruins.
Ill luck upon you.
What the fuck? Didn't he TP? How's he here already? What the?
Oh shit.
He canceled his
Kill
TP?
Lich.
Fuck?
I'll keep it in mind.
Your slow is better, Lulu. Your slow is better. Your slow lasts longer.
So it is said.
Alright, let me get my items too.
Yep.
Oh, he's 6, dude. That's kind of scary, huh? Not sure his combo.
Over yon. With speed. Away from her. Well away. Am I from naught? True arcane.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Keep back.
Spherical sorcery.
What kind of gang is that?
Who threatens my concentration? Fight me. Athwart my path. Words of power. Forthwith. You dare
Oh, sorry.
Enlightenment stands ready. I am committed. I go.
Missing top.
Mindfully. Of course. Such tedium.
You back up, Lou.
I'm well aware of it.
Function.
Yeah, you shouldn't be in that deep.
Your middle tower is under attack.
There's 4 top.
Okay.
Forthwith. Of course. I'll not be interrupted.
It also have a sentry there.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Knowledge is power.
Your top tower is
Holy shit.
So the ward is here?
Oh my god.
Yeah, Lion probably gave him a ward earlier.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Death.
Your top tower is under attack.
With speed. Concentration.
You really gotta stay behind me, Lulu, not in front of me.
I am committed.
For that reason.
What the fuck?
Elementals and once vigorous. This bores me.
I might sunstick that guy in a sec.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Harlequ's incantation of incineration.
10-minute runes?
This is just silly. Well away.
What the fuck? It hit me over here?
I proceed.
Fucking bitch.
You can't. Don't go there. Don't go there.
No.
I'll not be interrupted. Take heed. Kharon's most cunning fabrications. Yes.
Why am I always live? I don't know how you want me to answer this question.
Such tedious.
Oh my god. Oh. Use Shadow Walk or Ghost Walk.
Back so soon.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, there actually was a real one in there.
Also, Nature's Prophet, I think.
This is my last game, guys. I think. They have vision here too? What the? Okay, man. So by that logic, the ward is here.
So it is said. I am keeping in mind. A rich tradition.
You called the courier right in front of him.
Oh my god, I forgot to pause the courier. I forgot I called the courier.
You're getting old, dude.
Oh yeah.
Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is
Billy, you got us on strike?
Oh yeah.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I don't actually know which one's real. That one's real.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Got him.
Nice.
Vital attainment. Avowedly.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower
Oh, that's
is
your
under
future.
attack.
Of course. Athwart my path.
Roshan has fallen to the ring.
Halloween's most cunning fabrication. Six orbs.
Oh, that's not even real. Fake lions.
Oh, those are fake.
Your bottom tower
Okay, I'm gonna go ganking anyway. Farm a bit.
Where the fuck is his ward? What? Is it here? No, it can't see me over here. What? I don't understand. What? How did this ward like see me? Wait, what? Fuck, I don't understand at all.
How fragile you are.
Oh, that's a real lion. Sucks for him. Can't catch me.
Okay, man, a lot of people in this place right
And I got both bounty runes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower has fallen.
Unto battle. Exhort, quas exhort. Fight me. Mindfully. An incantation long remembered. Attack.
Your top tower is under attack.
From the Duster's mandate of impetuous strike.
Hey Johnny, you should go ganking, okay?
Yeah. Later. They stick us 4. There's
Your top tower
not really much especially if Ursa just doesn't.
I think you should follow the Ursa.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Your top tower is under attack.
With speed,
I'm ready to sunspray.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Who threatens my concentration? Exalt Trisolar.
Oh, nice.
Your middle tower is under attack.
True ally from North. I am commit spherical. Vex exalt.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I'm well aware of it. Well aware the spell I will remember. I slip from sight. Fourth wind. Ancient scepter. Over yon. Inlet forge spirit. This bores me.
You got a sunstrike? Oh shit, he sees me.
Haste. Experience true swiftness. Of comprehension.
Yeah, just let me know if you ever need it.
Hearken unto me. I proceed.
Jesus fuck.
Away. Elementals.
Literally always 4.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Zeal of Wexort.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Such team.
Jesus Christ, man.
Is under attack.
Wow, they just pushed mid like that, huh?
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Holy shit.
Holy shit, indeed.
I got 4k gold from that fight.
Yeah,
I'm
there's a lot of money
to
for
grab
us.
the bottom move.
Actually, I think I need to get beat before anything else.
I proceed.
This'll come in handy.
My mind is my geist of lethargy. Regeneration. Fourth wing. What do you buy? Enlightenment stands ready.
Put the sentries.
Well away. A charming hex.
Careful, Lulu. Remember, be back behind your teammates.
I am committed.
Nope, she's dead.
Of incineration. Of Wexort. Exalt.
There's a sentry there too, Jesus fuck.
Strikes.
He has a diffusal.
Spherical sorcery. Wasp Wex Quas. As needs be. Fight me. Such tedium.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Dare fight me? Witness true sorcery.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I don't have dust.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Avowedly. A rich tradition. Celestial Inferno. Dagger of the mind. Unto battle. Ravagers of armor and fine.
Oh, nice.
Sunstrike. This bores me.
Holy shit.
Experience true swiftness. Triple kill.
Well, okay.
He has invisibility or so.
Behold Forge Spirit. Knowledge is power.
25 minute runs.
I'll get the bottom ones.
Well-gotten gains. Thus and so.
I'm coming. Hopefully I can get that lion. Annoying fuck. Or maybe I should Battle Fury. Because, here we go.
Holy shit! That damage.
Here, make your way to bottom. Skip the stereo. If he pushes, wait here. If he pushes next wave. Let me track before you go in. Let me track before you go in.
I can't save this guy, man.
Okay, let's go.
Let's try it. Okay, maybe I can. I saved him. I actually just saved him. I'm pretty happy about that. Didn't think I could do it, to be honest.
I'm using Shrine, you need it?
Enemy's top tower has fallen.
I know.
I'll keep it in mind.
I'll be full mana in no time.
Grief elementals. Yes. Enlightenment stands with speed.
I feel like this is a Battle Fury game. I just really want to make Battle Fury. Fuck it. Oh, this piece of shit.
So it is said. It is good to be among my kin.
Piece of shit.
Potion time.
He walked right into it. Just ult it. Never mind, don't ult it. Oh wait, ult it. Just...
I don't know what spells I have left.
Nice. Well done.
Hey, I can tank for you. I can tank this for you.
I thought he was gonna double uphill, but he didn't. If he did, he would have survived.
Fucking do it, man.
Who wants the cheese?
The enemy's middle tower.
Oh, give me the cheese.
I was actually looking for you on the minimap, and then I looked up and I
I'll
realized
come to you.
were dead.
Yeah, I'll come to you. Keep it. I'm gonna pick up my Battle Fury.
A rich tradition. An mandate of impetuous strife.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Thank you.
Orbs light my path. Who threatens my concentration? It's not time hard.
Oh, the real PL's here somewhere.
Of incineration. Exalt, quas exalt. Enlightenment stands ready.
Oh, I got trapped for that. Nice.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Nigh unto death.
Oh shit.
Oh, value drums. Wait, I need to get 4 more assists.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Hold on, get your
middle
assists.
barracks has fallen.
It's okay, they'll come defend.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. Because I know this PL really wants to kill me. got my assists.
Man, Invoker's actually such a
Also
fun
got
hero.
this one in one go.
It's fun playing hero. It's kind of hard to play, to be honest.
And that's GG.
It was GG a long time ago. The second I picked Bounty.
I am committed.
Oh man.
This'll come in handy.
Oh, this is fucking Sentry here anyways.
Of course.
Do you mind not saying
me.
think stupid shit?
No! But I got mine.
Radiant.
GG, boys.
Maybe.
Anybody here speak Tagalog and translate? Also, this is an English only stream. Okay, that was my last game for the day.
Alright, buddy.
Yeah.
Good games.
Yeah, let's play some Overcooked in a bit, okay?
Sure, I'm here. I'm waiting. Ready whenever.
Yeah, I think maybe about 2 to 3 hours.
Yep.
Okay, stream, do you guys have any questions or comments before I go? This is my last game. I thought using Midas on bigger creeps was better for more XP, but I've seen you another top tier rather use Midas on smaller creeps. Why is that? So there's a balance between using Midas. So I mean, you get like what 2.5 times the experience for certain creeps, right? So sometimes I actually just don't give a shit about the experience, and there are certain creeps that only give you 10 gold, right? You know what I mean? Like there's just certain like these really shitty creeps that give you 10 gold. But since you get 160 gold regardless of which creep you use it on, you know what I mean? Like rather than getting 10 gold for that creep, you get 160 gold for that creep. So sometimes like the money's just better. Sometimes like I'm like, okay, well, I could get another level of Wex here, but I'm really close to my Yule, so I'd rather than getting 10 gold for this shitty creep, I'm gonna have 160 gold, and then I can hit my item timing earlier. Does that make sense? Devraj, glad you liked the games today. Yeah, that basically sums it up. GG Amir. When am I gonna change my description box? I went through it the other day, and there's just a whole bunch of things that he took out that I didn't like that your friend took out, and also there were some spelling mistakes. And also I had to change like my timings for my stream schedule, so it's just a lot of work. I was just like, oh, I didn't have that much time, so I just didn't do it. How do I like Overcooked? I think it's really fun. Elon, glad you like the stream. You're very welcome. Hi, luck, man. Well, I'm ending it now. Yes, yours is more succinct. Glad you understand. Yeah, I've been streaming for 7.5 hours now, so we're about the end of the stream. I'm not going to spend any longer than this because I'm not being paid. That is also fair enough. No, I'm going to change it. I'm just so fucking lazy myself, you know, so that's the thing. Apparently, the YouTube algorithm bots and stuff like that kind of care. Any last questions or comments, guys? Haven't eaten any breakfast yet. It's 3 p.m. I need to get some food and get off the stream. Rest my eyes a bit. 8-hour stream, almost. No one cares about YouTube algorithm bots. I care. Glad you like the stream, Luckman. I will rest indeed. Right, every Dota, single Dota you're on. I believe it doesn't work that way, sir. Or every item. No, I believe that is not how it works. It used to work that way, but that's pretty sure it doesn't work that way anymore. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. Hope you guys had fun today. I'll be back tomorrow around the same time, so around 7 a.m. Pacific time. Hope you guys have a great day or great night. Bye, guys.